attracting, giving him the message and attracting him and gradually teaching him the faith. We must not be in the habit of wanting things to happen instantly. You see, we are so much living in a world of instant things, instant coffee, instant potatoes, instant things. You press the button and things, of course in America here it's like this, is it? You press the button and things will happen for you. Now, you cannot have instant Baha'is. You have to teach them, you have to spend time with them. That's why Abdul Baha says at least one person in a year you can bring into the faith. I remember, I'll tell you one story here, and just to give you an idea of how one teaches the faith with great wisdom. You have to use wisdom here. Now in Ireland, where we live, people are really devoted to Christianity. They are marvelous, marvelous people who have religion in their hearts, and they are attached to religions. They're mostly Catholics. Beautiful people. And they live such a life. You remember yesterday I was telling you the story of the chandeliers, the beautiful crystal lamp hanging. They are there. They are not lighted, but they are there. And once they become Baha'is, they become marvelous Baha'is. Now, they are very attached to their faith. And you have to know how to teach them. You have to know how to teach them. If you suddenly go to them, have you heard of the Baha'i faith? Do you want me to tell you about the Baha'i faith? He runs away like as fast as you can think. He wouldn't want to hear it because he thinks this is something wrong. And this is very natural. You have to gradually cultivate them. We had a neighbor a few houses away, and my wife was very fond of her. And we were very fond of this woman. And we really began to pray for her. We thought this would be lovely if she becomes a Baha'i. But she was a very staunch Catholic. Her family were priests and so forth. Very staunch. So the first thing to do if you want to teach him is never tell him anything about the faith. You just pray for him. And embrace him in your love, in your heart. And we did this. We had some children, and she had some children, and the children were playing together. And this woman would come to our house and see some Baha'i articles, and she knew we were Baha'is. She would never dare to ask a question. She was telling us, I was frightened to say a word. Never. And for maybe 6 months or a year perhaps, not a mention was made of anything to do with the faith. We certainly weren't going to do it, but we knew that one day she's going to do something. And she was so agitated, she was telling us, she was agitating in her heart. Many a time she had come to ask us something, and she was frightened. And then she didn't. Now you won't know these things unless you are a staunch Roman Catholic. Beautiful people, beautiful. So one day, after a long time, she brought herself to the point of asking my wife, how do you teach your children? What is the principles that you teach your children with? She wanted to know. Bringing up children. Well, that's a good subject. And we knew that if she ever, we had talked about it together, and my wife knew this, that if she ever asks a question, we are not going to answer her in the first time. So my wife said, oh yes, well, sometime I'll tell you. It's very important. You see, this is the wisdom of handling these people. If we just suddenly go to him and, oh gosh, yes, I'll tell you all about it, he's gone. No, we'll tell you about it. Very casual. And after about a month or so, we knew she's going to bring it up again. And it came up eventually that, oh, well, what about that thing you were going to tell me? Oh, yes, I forgot about it. All right. And so eventually she talked to him a little bit, not about the faith so much, but about the principles of child education as Baha'is we know it. And then she said that she was frightened after that. She told us. She wouldn't come and ask us anymore, and we knew this would happen. She wouldn't come near us again for a good while. But then she couldn't help it again. And eventually, I'll make it very short for you, she came and she asked this time about the faith. And there again we knew we were not going to tell her right away. Oh no, well my wife said, oh yes, well I'll tell you sometime. Sometime I'll tell you about it. And then when the next time came, and after a while, all we gave her was a prayer book. Just give her a prayer book. That's the best thing you can give to a Roman Catholic as an introduction to the faith. And she said that when she got this prayer book and she read some of the prayers, she couldn't sleep that night. And then she hid the prayer book away from her sight. You see, this is a very good thing that's happening. The forces are entering within her and the reactions are building up. Obviously, it's being affected already. And we knew that this will happen. And gradually, she comes forward. And she came and she asked, and then my wife told her about the faith in greater detail, gradually and gently, and gave her to read some of the writings. And so she almost was a Baha'i. And then I'll tell you something that you must know, that, in teaching the faith, Shoghi Effendi mentions that. You read the Advent of Divine Justice. He tells us, he makes us to understand that it is not wise always. Now this is not, mind you, a universal law, but it is very helpful in many cases, that when you're teaching the faith to somebody, you must teach him, yourself and your friends. That's all right, bring your friends to help. But you don't have necessarily to show him to the Baha'i community, because the Baha'i community may have some Baha'is in them who, by virtue, say for instance in this country or in America, I don't know what it is, I hear there's a lot of race prejudices in America, isn't it right? I hear that. Well, supposing you have a man, you are teaching him and he's white, and he's coming close to the faith, or somehow you're teaching him the faith and say, now let's go and see the Baha'i community. And then he sees all of them sitting there, they are all colored. Well, he's going to run away because he has prejudices. He's not a Baha'i yet. Do you see now? The prejudices that he has not yet gone. So we must not give them tests, unnecessary tests. And this is why Shoghi Effendi says that when you teach the faith, you have to teach it with wisdom. You have to be sure who is going to be the right person to meet with that person, because he's in his early stages. And so this lady had reached the point that she said, now I want to come to one of your meetings to hear about it. And she said, if I could be the one who would be speaking. So I said, all right, well, if she wants me to speak, let us arrange a meeting in some Irish friend's home and invite 2 or 3 Baha'is, and then I'll go and we can talk. So the night was set. And half an hour before we were due to leave to go to this house, because by then we have moved our residence from there, the host telephoned and said, the house is full of people and a lot of Persians and others have come. They have heard that I was going, and the whole house is full. Now I knew this is bad for this lady. If she now comes up and sees this Baha'i community the way we are, consisting of so many different backgrounds, she is going to probably go through a great unnecessary tests. So I'll tell you what I did. I had an excuse not to go that night, and we cancelled the meeting. We arranged it some other night. These things are hints that we should bear in mind. These are because people have prejudices. They are not ready. Of course, now she is a marvelous Baha'i, beautiful Baha'i. And all these stages are past. You see, in England, for instance, there is a great deal of class distinction. In here, you don't have probably class distinction. You have color distinction. And the class prejudice is such a subtle thing. We have no English people amongst us, have we? I can say some things about them, can I? The English people, all you have to do is to talk. Just talk. Or sometimes even my wife says there is no need to talk. You look at them and you know which class he belongs to. The way he looks, the way he sits, the way he looks at you. But as soon as he talks, definitely you know which class he belongs to. And then there is a barrier between the two. The barrier is so subtle that it doesn't show it. It's very polite and smiling at each other, but it's underneath. You can see through the smile, you can see a lot of barriers there right away. This is a great deal of prejudice there in that way. Now I remember we had a marvelous Baha'i teacher, Kathleen Hornell. She's passed away, a beautiful person, Lady Hornell. She was a titled woman. And Lady Hornell was a great, wise teacher of the faith. And she had some people she was teaching in her home. But she never mixed up her contacts. The people she was teaching, she did not mix them up. She mixed them up in accordance with her class, shall we say. She was teaching a lady of high class, of a high society, very, very distinguished lady. And then she was teaching some of the laborers, dockers. She never let them see each other until they became Baha'i. I remember one day I was there, and this lady was there, and Lady Hornell was there, and I was there, and some others were there, and we were talking about the faith. And this lady she was teaching, Elizabeth Greaves, if any of you have ever heard her name, she was a marvelous woman. She's passed away. She became a beautiful Baha'i. She belonged to a higher society. Now, that night was her night. Tomorrow night was the night of the others. And I was sitting in the room, and I suddenly saw behind the window walking John, who was one of the dockers, and he had decided tonight he had nothing to do, and he thought, although it wasn't his night, but he thought he'll come tonight and drop in and see what Lady Hornell is doing. Well, as soon as I said to Lady Hornell, John is coming here, she got up and went to the door and said to John, she said, John, I'm very busy tonight. Would you mind to come tomorrow night? You don't mind, do you? Now you see, how many of us would think that way? Wisdom. And it was wise. If Elizabeth had seen others, this is going to be a Baha'i? Is this a Baha'i? And am I going to be a Baha'i? She has got still all the prejudices in her mind. She's not a Baha'i yet to get rid of the prejudices. And this is why I feel there are many things. You should read The Advent of Divine Justice, really. This is a letter that Shoghi Effendi particularly wrote to the American Baha'is. After he gave us the 7-year plan to the American believers, he wrote The Advent of Divine Justice. Now, if you read that book, it gives you all the prerequisites for teaching. Keep on learning and deepening in it. And now that I'm talking about deepening, let me talk a little bit about deepening, because it's a very important subject. I didn't mean to talk about this, but let us talk a little bit about deepening. Deepening often is taken to mean that you must attend classes and learn and read. But often deepening, this is one form of deepening, which is not bad, and it may help to read, but I think the real deepening comes, the fruit of deepening, the sign of deepening is when your love for Baha'u'llah increases. If you go to a study class and when you come out of it, if you find that your love is increasing, then you have deepened in the faith. But if you find only your knowledge has increased, then we must bring a balance in here. The balance is not right. Because the real deepening comes to us when we understand. In Arabic, there are 2 words which are very clear words, and they mean 2 different things. One is called ilm, which is knowledge, translated into knowledge. The other one is irfan. Irfan is very difficult to translate it into one word. It means understanding. Sometimes Shoghi Effendi has translated it as understanding. But it is really more than understanding. You can't just bring it in one word. It is knowledge. Irfan is knowledge, plus which results in understanding, recognition, penetration of your thoughts into mysteries. All these things together makes it irfan. Let us use the word in Arabic as it is, or understanding. Either we can call it understanding or Arabic. Now the thing to do, the thing to learn, knowledge is something that you acquire. You learn knowledge by reading and by studying things. And then your mind will store it, like a computer. And anytime you want it, it comes out again, back to you. And some people are very good at it. They have good memories. They act like as good computers. They learn from this and learn from that and learn from the other, and they add them together. They act like an encyclopedia sometimes. Well, it is good. Knowledge is very important, and we must have this. But really, it is not essential, in a sense, when you're comparing it with irfan. The goal of life is to acquire irfan. Irfan, let us call it understanding. And in order to acquire irfan, Baha'u'llah has told us what we should do. And I'm going to tell you exactly in a few minutes. But let me first say that there may be people who know a great deal about the faith. They have the knowledge of the faith. There may be great scholars of the faith. They may write books about the faith. They may know anything you ask them, he tells you where it is and where to find it. But this is not it's not as great. It's not a great thing as great as having irfan. They are acting like encyclopedias, like a computer, something which has accumulated all this knowledge. And as Baha'u'llah says, they usually steal it from one another, and they pride themselves in it. We have had many such people in the faith, or we have them probably, I don't know, scholars who write books, who say things, they know things. But the man who has irfan, he may not be even educated. But you ask him anything, and it comes out of his heart. It wells out of the heart. The knowledge wells out of the heart of man. The knowledge of God wells out of the heart, just like a spring. Baha'u'llah has confirmed the Islamic saying that knowledge is a light which God throws in your heart. Baha'u'llah confirms this. He talks about it in the Kitab-i-Iqan. Knowledge is a light which God casts in your heart. What a strange place for knowledge. Because often when you say this to people, people say, well, the heart is not a place for knowledge. It's the mind which is a place for knowledge. And it is true. But how can the knowledge of God be cast in the heart of man? And this is what is the difference between knowledge, ilm, and irfan. Irfan, which is the recognition, which is the understanding, comes to the heart of man, and then the mind will pick it up and understand it. But it dawns in your heart, because Baha'u'llah says, your heart is the place, is my home. I'm paraphrasing it. He says, your heart is where I will come into it. He will not come into your mind, he'll come into your heart first. Heart is a place of love and warmth. We have two focal points in our bodies. One is our mind, which is the center of intellect, which is very important center. We are not trying to underestimate it or undervalue it. And the other focal point is the heart of man, which is a center of love and warmth. And Baha'u'llah says that God always comes to your heart. He says, this is my home. And many a times he says in the hidden words and other tablets, he says, many a times I came to your heart, my home. I found there was a stranger in it. And then I left. And you know who that stranger is? Ourself. Attachment to the things of this world. The most formidable form of that attachment is our own self. Attachment to our own self. The love of oneself, the ego. So, he says, I came many a time and you were not there, or the heart was full of the strangers. And then I left and I went. So you see, the knowledge of God comes into our hearts. And then the mind will pick it up and will understand it. Now this is what we should aim for as Baha'is, for deepening. That our hearts may become the recipient of the knowledge of God. Whether we have education or not, it doesn't matter. Whether we have knowledge or not, it doesn't matter. And Baha'u'llah tells us what should we do that we may acquire this quality of irfan, understanding. If you want to know what he has said, read the opening chapter, the opening passage of the Kitab-i-Iqan. He says, no man shall attain, I'm paraphrasing his words, no man shall attain unto the shores of the sea of the sea of understanding. He uses the word irfan, which is translated into understanding. It's that word he has used. No one will ever acquire to understanding, the shores of the ocean of understanding. Unless and until. Now if you ask the people, I want to understand, what shall I do? If you ask the people, they say, well, if you want to understand something, go to the university. Learn. Baha'u'llah doesn't say that. He says, no man shall ever attain the ocean of the knowledge of understanding, of the ocean of understanding, the shores of the ocean of understanding, unless he be detached from all that is in heaven and on earth. You see the condition he has put down for it? And detachment, we talked about it this morning, what it means. If you are in love with Baha'u'llah, your heart will become opened, and then anything you want to know is there. Believe it. Believe me, I've seen the early believers who were illiterates. And this is the history of our faith. And their understanding of the faith was so deep. It gushes out of their heart. You have seen two types of learned people, if you like to call it. One who had knowledge, oh yes, great learned men, and they come along and give talks to you and discuss a lot of things and theories and all sorts of ideas and books and writers and everything you like. And then there is a man who may be illiterate, who has got this great understanding of the faith. Now, the other man may not have understood the faith. He has the knowledge of the faith, but he have not necessarily understood the faith. And this is why some of them leave the faith after becoming scholars. We have had so many scholars who have left the faith because he doesn't understand the faith. To understand the faith, we have to really go closer to Baha'u'llah. To the extent that you go nearer to him and closer to him, and this means you become detached, then your heart becomes the dawning place of the knowledge of God. Somebody came to me a few years ago and he said that I have been a Baha'i for 10 years and I have read many things. I have accepted everything Baha'u'llah has said, but he said one thing I cannot accept, and he told me one of the writings of Baha'u'llah. He said, I can never accept that. And he said, I've asked many people to explain to me the wisdom of this, but nobody has been able to explain it to me. Can you tell me what is the wisdom of this? Because he said, I can never accept that. Well, here it is now, a problem. I said to him, have you ever thought you might be wrong? He said, no, really not. Now, you know, we have to be humble here. If you want to approach the cause, the revelation of God, you have to be humble. And I said, well, not until you are ready to accept that you may be wrong. And I said, now, of course, you believe in this. You can't say you are wrong, but at least you must be prepared to say that you are wrong. You may be wrong. You cannot understand this. You will never understand this. This, you are a believer. You believe in Baha'u'llah. There is no question about it. You know he's a manifestation of God, and you know that man makes a mistake. Well, the only thing to do is to submit and say, I don't understand this. I may be wrong. I am wrong. I accept. Without recognizing it, without knowing it, you accept it. And do you know what happens? Once you accept it and you submit yourself, then one day, it may be tomorrow, it may be the next month, it may be the 10 years from now, suddenly it will flash into your mind and into your heart the wisdom of that thing. And nobody can explain it to you, but it will come to you when you read the writings. Suddenly it will penetrate into your heart like an electric bolt. And then you know the wisdom of it. But not until you submit. As long as you say, oh no, I don't accept that, it will never come. So you see, friends, studying and deepening in the faith is a spiritual experience. And we have to aim for that, so that our hearts become the repository of the knowledge of God. And so, as I said, I have seen many people who were illiterates, who did not have or did not have much of a knowledge, but who had such an understanding of the faith. Every time you asked them a question, even if they had never heard of that question, never heard of it in the writings, never knew what the answer was, the answer would come, and when you look into the writings, you could see this is exactly what Baha'u'llah or Abdul Baha have said. This is a true deepening. And I feel we should aim for this more and more, all of us. Do not become Do not feel inferior to all these people who come to you. And I'm not in any way trying to value the value of people who are learned or who have knowledge. But don't be frightened of them. Really. You have Baha'u'llah, and he will come and teach you a lot of things that these people themselves don't know it. You may come across people who go to universities years after years, and I'm not in any way saying it's bad to go to universities, but they come and they talk to you about the faith, and you might be feeling inferior. Don't feel inferior. The faith is for all of us. Baha'u'llah is for everybody, the humblest person. And it is you who can know much more than he does. But of course, how wonderful it would be if knowledge and understanding are together. Oh, this is beautiful now. And this is this is like the chandeliers, which is perfect in itself. Crystal, lovely, beautiful, exquisite lamp. But it is also lighted, you see. A person who has knowledge and understanding, has ilm and irfan, means knowledge and understanding. This is perfect. It's like Mirza Abul Fazl, the great Bahá'í scholar we have. He had both knowledge and understanding. And this is, of course, the aim. We must learn knowledge, we must acquire knowledge, but we must also turn to Baha'u'llah so that in humility, so that he may give us this gift of understanding. Well, now that we have talked about this, let me now enter into another subject. I hope I'm not making you tired, huh? Soon we will have a break, don't worry. Whenever the chairman walks down the steps, we know the time has come. I think that the other thing I wanted to bring up the subject is, you remember we said there are two major work we have to do. One is that of teaching the cause, which is the most important thing which we have been talking about up to now. The other thing is the building of the institutions of the faith. The institutions of the faith, which we are building now, the local assemblies and the national assemblies, these are the instruments for the future of mankind, the institutions for the future of mankind. We may not realize this yet ourselves, because we are so much in the early days of the faith, and these institutions are so weak, that we may not ever think probably that, this local spiritual assembly one day is going to become the house of justice for this town. A house of justice, who knows? Maybe it will become something like the government of the house, of this town. But whatever it is, hello, beautiful little boy, very nice. These local spiritual assemblies one day become houses of justice for mankind, for the people of this town. And we may not realize this, but at this moment that we are talking about, we are entering into a very critical age, critical time in the history of mankind. A time which we talked about again this morning is filled with perils and with dangers and with sufferings, with tribulations, calamities. And the only thing which mankind will have when the world is really has tasted the agony of this whole calamities which has to come, are these institutions we are building. There is nothing else which will be left, which mankind can really have turned to, which would save it. And even now as we stand here, if it wasn't for the institutions of the faith, for the new life which Baha'u'llah has breathed into the world of man, the world would not be together. The world is keeping together today because of the existence of these institutions. It's because of the house of justice that the world is now exists the way it is and can exist. It's because of our institutions of local and national assemblies that our communities can exist. Really. And it is the only refuge, Shoghi Effendi mentions, of a tottering civilization. And we must believe in these things. We are not building these assemblies for fun. There's no fun in that. And we are not working, we are not serving on these local assemblies for fun either. Because it's a difficult job to really really go into the local assemblies and to act as the way we should. It's a very difficult job. Needs a lot of perseverance and labor. So you see, not until we realize the significance of these institutions. Now, I have used this example before, and I'm going to use it again. It's not a bad example, perhaps. Some of you may have heard this. And that is an example from nature of what we have been going through, what we will be going through. I'm going to use an example of nature. In nature, if you look at an egg is a perfect food for you until it is fertilized and a new life begins to grow in that egg. Once the egg is fertilized and the chicken begins to grow in that egg, the food becomes corrupt, becomes rotten. You can't eat it anymore, and the balance is gone inside. A new situation has arisen in that egg, within that egg. And what happens is this, that this little life begins to grow inside, surrounded by all this rotten material. And this rotten material becomes its food. And as the more this chicken grows inside the egg, the more rotten becomes the egg. These two are very related together. Until such time that these two can never again, the situation cannot last. The balance is gone. And then there would be an explosion. The egg breaks. And then a new life appears. It's born. And what has happened to the egg and all the things in it, it's all gone. The only thing which is left behind is a broken shell. You see? This is law of life. And once the egg is fertilized, nobody can stop that process. Nobody can say, all right, now it has been fertilized and the chicken is beginning to grow, but we can stop it. You can't. Once this process starts, nobody can stop it. The same principle, it's not an example, it's a principle of life. You remember yesterday I was saying how nature teaches us a lot of things and we can learn a lot of things. One of the lessons is this thing, is this story of the egg. Now, exactly the same thing has happened with the coming of Baha'u'llah. When he came, he fertilized the egg of human society when he declared his mission. And from that moment onwards, the seed of the Baha'i community was planted. See? And from that time, from that moment onwards, the world began to deteriorate in its conditions, and they became unstable. And the corruption set in. And the destruction set in. But it is gradual. At first nobody could feel it. First nobody will feel it. At first when the egg is fertilized, you wouldn't see any difference. But gradually, but the process has begun. And as time goes on, as the faith grows, as the institutions of the faith grow, as the Baha'i community grows, along with it, the world conditions will deteriorate. And the Baha'i community, like this little chicken, is surrounded by this corrupt world. We are surrounded by it and we are immersing in it and we are swimming inside it. But there is a distinction between the two. And then this condition cannot last very long. Baha'u'llah says suddenly that will happen which will cause the limbs of mankind to quake. Time comes that this egg has to open up. And once it opens up, what is safe and sound and the only thing which really is worth talking about is the birth of the institutions of the faith. It will be born. People can see it. Now it does not mean that when this happens that the faith can run the world for us. Oh no. When a child is born, it cannot do anything. It cannot run around, it cannot rule the town, it cannot do anything. It has to be years to grow, to nourish, to be nourished, to grow, to then in the future when it grows up it can take over all the things. And it's the same thing with the faith. The institutions of the faith, when this happens, when this egg breaks up, when the world situation comes to a head, and that which Baha'u'llah says, referring to it as the limbs of mankind quaking, and Shoghi Effendi calls it the calamities. When that happens, all that will happen is that the institutions of the faith will show themselves to the world. They will emerge. It's like a mother who is pregnant. Nobody can see the child. You go outside into the world and talk to the people about the institutions of the faith, what we are building, local assemblies, they are the foundations of the future society. They think you are a little bit, well, they don't understand this. But not until that child is born, not until it's born can people see, and then they realize what we are talking about. Now it is this that Baha'u'llah talks about it, when he says, then and only then will the divine standards be unfurled, after this calamity, after the suffering. He says, then and only then mankind can see. Then and only then they can see what these institutions that we are building are doing for mankind. And it is then that they'll turn to us in great numbers. Shoghi Effendi says these local assemblies must act and will act as beacons of light at the time of greatest peril. When the ship is drowning, the best thing for it is a beacon of light. And so we have to have these beacons of light now, preparing for a time that when the time comes that these beacons will be shining. To switched on, not switched off. So you see the significance of these institutions that we are building, and how important it is that we should build more institutions. I don't know how it is in this country, but I can tell you in some countries that I am familiar with, for instance in Ireland, again I must constantly talk about Ireland, I live there anyhow. If there are 10 Baha'is in a town, we call it luxury. 9 is enough. We have to build up institutions of the faith. And one of them is going to say, now they're going to look at each other and say, these 10, and say, which one of us is going to be? But one of them will go. We really have very few local assemblies, which is more than 9. There are 2 or 3, and they're usually the capitals, or usually some people have the excuse, and they're right. Their husband is non-Baha'i, the wife is non-Baha'i. I was told by the chairman of the National Assembly there that 90% of the Baha'is of Ireland have once in their life at least pioneered, and some several times, to these local communities. 90%. Now I don't know how many people you are in here, but I think you could make quite a few assemblies. And it all need not go long distances. You can go 10 miles out of your town and form an assembly, form a community there. These institutions, the more we have them, the more beacons of light for mankind. And this is why the House of Justice wants us to increase these institutions. And we will make more institutions. So you see the significance of the local spiritual assemblies. I wonder if we should close in 5 or 10 minutes, 3:15. Is it all right, Mr. Chairman? Right. Now I'm going to tell you, we are talking about local spiritual assemblies now, and I know what the local spiritual assemblies are, some of them that I am familiar with. Again, I don't know what you people are like, what your assemblies are like. Maybe you are perfect. But some local assemblies are not perfect. And the friends feel, oh well, a local assembly is very weak. They become disheartened. For instance, there may be a local assembly that there are 9 people, but only 6 of them are really coming regularly. Oh, the other, and this is very disheartening. And they say, well, what's the use of this? What can we do about this? And then they tell them to make more of these. This is the problem. This is the problem. You see, you have got this weak local assembly, and they tell you to make more of them. Now, I will talk about this after this session, a little bit about this. But let me give you a story of a weak local assembly, because you may have never seen a weak local assembly. I will explain to you what it is like, just to give you an example of it. And then we close. And then when we come back, I want to describe the real significance of these institutions. I'll give you a story, because I have been once, years ago, we had a local spiritual assembly in Dublin. Now that must be about 30 years ago. And in those days the faith was in its early stages, very, very early stages. We had only a few believers in town, and they were members of the assembly, and one of them, of course, was our famous Mr. Townsend. He was a member of the assembly, I was a member of the assembly, and then we had some others. I'll just give you an idea of what our assembly was like. You might be maybe amused by it. Well, now, and I am saying these things very bravely, because all these people who were members of this assembly, they're all gone to the next world. They're not going to hear me. They're not going to hear me. And if they hear me, they can't. You remember yesterday I was saying how the souls in the next life cannot influence us in a bad way? They can't be angry at me. On the contrary, they're going to shower their blessing upon us. Yes, they're all gone. Most of them are gone. Now, you remember we had this assembly, and then we had, there were some Persian believers in it who knew not one word of English. They had come out from Persia, and they had not been familiar to any of these standards in the Western world. It was so strange to them. They did not know one word of English. And they were insisting that anything which is said in the local assembly, they must know what it was. And I had to translate it for them, every word. Now they would say, it's no use just to tell us the gist of it or the briefly, but you have to tell us word by word so that we can understand this man when he's talking. That's a difficult job, And if I ever wouldn't do it, they would quote verse and chapter for me that you must do it, So this was one of the things we had to have. Then we had a lady who was suffering from Parkinson's disease. And whenever she came to the meetings, we had to be very quiet, and she was shaking, and we often had to make her lie down. You see? And then we had a gentleman who was stone deaf, wouldn't hear a thing. And I remember my job was to, first of all, when the discussions began, I had to translate it into English, into Persian for the friends. And then I had to always sit beside our beautiful, wonderful Mr. Jones, who was deaf, and shout into his ears what we have been saying, you see? Now imagine, this is an institution which is going to govern the whole of mankind in the future. Now how can we, if we lose the vision of it, then you will deteriorate into a very low condition. But you must always keep the vision that this is the source of God's kingdom on earth, you see. And Mr. Jones, I had to shout at him all the time. And the minute you shouted, Doris would say, "Oh, why do you shout so much?" I remember one day we were sitting there and we were discussing subject, and somebody made a suggestion saying, when we hold these public meetings in these hotels, we used to have a public meeting in a hotel. He said, well, let us give a cup of tea to everybody. It's nice. At the end of the meeting, we'll give them a cup of tea. So I translated this for our friends. They say to give a cup of tea. They said, fine, we agree with this. Then I turned to our friend. They say that in the hotel you should give them a cup of tea every time that the friends come. He said, I've had a cup of tea at home, not now. You see? So I said, no, not in here, not in here. Oh, he said, you're not giving us a cup of tea every time you did. So having finished this, I said, no, Mr. Jones agrees. We should have a cup of tea to the Persians. Oh, no, but he said, you have been talking to him a long time. You must tell us what he was saying. All the details of it we want to hear. You were talking to him for a long time. Now, friends, this is the basis of our institutions. This is how our institutions are functioning. You see the weakness now? You could look, if you look at it from the outside world, It is very funny and it is very insignificant. But you know, these institutions now have given birth, have matured, have given birth to a national assembly in that country. We have a national assembly. We have now 30 local assemblies, both in the north and the south of Ireland. Now the conditions have changed enormously. But in those days, it was the weakness of the institutions. It was part of the growth of the institutions. Because the faith has an organic growth. It doesn't grow up like a machine. You don't mold it into a shape and say, there it is. It's an organic. And when you first put the seed down into the ground, you go and see that seed. You go and unearth it. Just open up the earth and see what has happened to the seed. It's rotten. It rots under the ground. And when you look at it, you say, oh, this rotten. What is it going to do? But it has life. And it will grow. And it will produce a tree. And I think this is the way we should look upon our institutions. And then all these weaknesses will be overlooked. Friends, let us go and have what are we going to do, Mr. Chairman? We will probably have a photograph, or I would love to have a photograph, yes. It would be beautiful to remind us. If you, are you really tired, do you think, you people? No? If you are, you can lie down. You are already eating, some of you, I can see. You might just as well. Yes, well, let some others come in now. They are coming in. Encouraging to look at you all eating and drinking. It's a great thing to look at it, you know. And all I've got in here is a little bit of old water. Well, friends, we were in the previous session we were talking about the weakness of our institutions today, and how this weakness often clouds the issue for us of the greatness of the institutions of the faith. We think, oh well, we may look upon it as a weak institution, and therefore we will not be able to appreciate the power and the glory and the greatness with which these are invested. Now, I wanted to go a little further here and talk about this a little bit more, because it's very important that we understand the nature of our institutions. The nature of our institutions are embryonic. We are dealing with embryonic institutions of the faith. They are not the institutions which are now able to govern mankind. They are embryonic, in the same way that the child in the womb of the mother has life, but it cannot do anything at this stage. It has a great future. These institutions of the local spiritual assemblies become houses of justice in the future. But now they can't become houses of justice. Now, in order to explain this point, I would like to draw your attention to the institutions of the outside world. The institutions which you will find mankind has built up for itself. There are many institutions, religious institutions, there are political institutions, social institutions, all over the world. But these institutions are all man-made, and there is no life in them. No life, really. If you look at any of these old world institutions, there is no life. They work like machines. Machines have no life. If you look at a machine, it has no life. But for a machine to work, all parts of that machine must work in perfection. Isn't that right? If you're having a machine, you cannot have a machine which it will not work unless everything is perfect. This is a fact. We know this. One little thing goes wrong, in that machine, the whole thing will stop. So the emphasis is on perfection. But there is no life in it. Now you compare that machine with a child of 3 years of age and see the difference. Our institutions are like that child. You compare the outside institutions, which are like machines, and they have to work in perfection. Every part has to work in perfection. Now you compare that with a child of 2 or 3 years of age. You will find the child has no perfection. You see the difference now? It has no perfection, but it has life. And it has the promise of the future. This is the difference. Our institutions are like this. They are in the state of infancy. They are not perfect. They make a lot of mistakes, both local and national institutions of the faith. But they have life in them, and they have the promise of the future. You know, when you have a child which is very young and he comes into the room, we have none of them in here, by the way. We have got some beautiful children sitting who are much grown up, but I mean smaller than these children. If they come into the room, they are going to disturb a lot of things. They could disturb a lot of things. A small child could pull things up and break up things and draw lines on the walls for you and all kinds of things they do. But the parents are not worried about this. Why is it that the parents are not worried about all the imperfections of their child and all the wrong things he does? Because they know in the future he's not going to do it. That's all. They know when he grows up he's not going to do it. That's not why they're not worried about it. This is exactly the way we are. This is exactly the way the House of Justice is dealing with the local and the national spiritual assemblies of today, and the same way the Guardian did before them. They are not worried about all the mistakes we make at all. And you know, we make a lot of mistakes in our institutions because they are not infallible. I was talking to somebody in the House of Justice, a member of the House of Justice, and he was telling me, he said, nearly we come across maybe with 20 or 30 mistakes that the National Assembly has done, some very serious mistakes, but we don't bring it to their notice. We let them grow out of it. They have to grow out of it. Maybe if there is one of them out of this 20 or 30, which is fundamental point, we will bring up to their notice. You will be surprised to hear how many mistakes and wrong things and wrong attitudes that we have in our institutions, which are overlooked completely. They are not brought us to our attention. In the same way that a father or a mother would not and cannot, in fact, expect his child to act like a mature person. Can you do that? Can you ever do your child to behave like a grown-up person? If you do it, you're going to destroy him. But you must let him make all the mistakes and pull all the things together and push all the things down and break things up. And he grows and grows out of it himself. If everything that he does which is wrong, really it's by our standards, by the adult standards, everything that he does really in the house is wrong. Now if we try to correct him, punish him right, left and center, the minute he does a move, you just change it, he's going to become a nervous wreck. He will not grow. Whereas you have to let it do all these things and it'll grow out of it. But if he does something fundamentally wrong, oh yes, if he's going to burn his finger, you just pull him back. But other than that, you will put up with all the wrong and the difficulties that happens in the home with the child, because you know in the future he's not going to do it. This is exactly what the House of Justice today is doing to us. They know we make all the mistakes and all the weaknesses we have. Oh, so many things. And yet, they don't draw to our attention. So you see, the faith has an organic growth. The institutions of the faith have an organic growth. And so our job at this time, when we look upon our local spiritual assemblies, is to love them and to cherish them, in spite of all these weaknesses that they have, in the same way that the parents love and and cherish their children, in spite of all the wrong little things that they do. And not until we acquire this consciousness and recognize that these institutions belong to Baha'u'llah, that they have the future, their future is great. In the future they are not going to make these mistakes. And if they ever did, they will be held responsible by other institutions, by higher institutions. But you can't hold responsible a child for a lot of wrong things he's doing. You see, you give a nice suit of clothes to a child and you let him out into the garden, he comes back rolled in mud. You can't keep him responsible, you don't blame him, that's a child. But when an adult, if you give him to an adult, a 21-year-old man goes out and rolls in mud, he's in trouble. He has to answer for it. But that time has not yet come. And so we are to deal with our institutions with the greatest love. We have to cherish them, we have to obey them, yes. And even they make wrong decisions. Abdul Baha has said that you obey them and the right things will come out. And I have seen this happening over and over again. And sometimes it may be very difficult for us to obey them because we know they have made a wrong mistake, wrong decision in your heart of hearts. But we don't criticize them. It is forbidden to criticize the actions of the local spiritual assembly publicly. Oh, you can criticize them. The only way you can criticize these institutions is to write to them. If you have a criticism of any local assembly, you write to that local assembly and openly tell them what you think of it. Now, it is the duty of the local assembly then to pay attention to it and give you an answer and discuss it. Now, if you are not satisfied with their answer, you don't disobey them. You still obey them. But you write, but this time you turn to the National Assembly. And even if you don't like the decision of the National Assembly, you still obey them. But then you can turn to the House of Justice and say, well, I don't agree with this. But you see, we have all the freedom of criticizing. But once you did that, once you wrote a letter, and or you went and saw them personally, that's finished. The minute you talk it over with a 10th person, with another person, then that is a serious breaking of one of the very sacred laws of the faith. You can't go on and criticize a local assembly by writing to them your views and then going out into the public and constantly saying, oh, you know, I think this assembly is doing this and this assembly is going to do that. This is against the faith. And the same thing is with the National Assembly. If you find that you are not happy with what the National Assembly does, you can criticize them in writing, but we cannot go out and criticize them in front of each other. But we have to obey them. But I know these things don't happen in here, probably. I'm sure of this. But I think that what we have to do, and this is a very vital thing, is that we have to cherish them and love them. Your National Assembly, for example, is a body that all the believers must rally around. You must pray for them. We must help them in your prayers, in your thoughts. And we must obey them, obey that institution, because it belongs to Baha'u'llah. It's the institution of Baha'u'llah's institutions. And we must never allow that institutions to be humiliated by any outside body or force. Well, I'm lost here. I don't know where to turn and what to say because time is limiting us. I think this conference is finishing, as far as I can see it, today, in a sense, because so many of you are going to go. And
could you say a word about meditation as possibly distinguished from study learning?
Well, I'll make a note of it in here because there are so many points that the friends have asked in here, and I maybe talk about all of these things. I feel that the best thing for me would be, maybe now, to turn to your questions and see whether we can at least end up this. And if those of you who come tomorrow, we could all together begin with a different subject. So let us perhaps see what we have here now and try to deal with some of the questions. Is that acceptable to you? Now, what I have said so far about teaching, and this afternoon. If you have any questions that you even want to ask now, I can make a note of them in here, and then we'll see how we can fit them in. Anybody else has any questions? Yes?
I don't know if this would be feasible, but I wonder if tomorrow, when it'll be kind of a new situation, if you couldn't give us, the people that are here, a mini version perhaps of that teaching seminar you give in Europe?
Well, maybe. I'll make it. We'll see. We will see. Yes?
I'd like to be able to understand better how those of us, all of us that possess an ego and utilize that ego, how with the ego we fight the ego.
Oh. Yeah. I feel that, yes, there's another question in here. I think this question of ego, you were here when I was telling you the story of the drop on the ocean? Oh, this is why. Yes, you see, the story of the drop on the ocean is this. I'll repeat it for you. This is a story of a little drop of rain, they say, was falling down from sky, from the clouds. And it was very proud of itself because it realized that it was the water of life. And water of life is very, very precious. It's the most precious thing in this creation. And so that drop of rain was very proud of itself as it was coming down, until it suddenly saw the ocean beneath it. And when it saw the ocean, it saw its own insignificance, and it shouted and it said, if this exists, then what am I? Up to then he hadn't seen the ocean, you see. And when it said this, the ocean attracted it to itself and made it part of the ocean, became a part of the ocean. Now this story is very apt in here. We are all like that drop of rain, and the self is that call, is that voice within us, which you call it ego, which is proud of itself. Not until we see the greatness of the revelation of Baha'u'llah that I was talking about yesterday again. And that is a very important key. Not until we see that. Now again, if you were not here yesterday, maybe sometime you can refer to some of these tapes. We talked about this. Or those of you who will be tomorrow, maybe I can read for you some passages which you can see what a tremendous revelation this is. Not until you see that great ocean and recognize it, we will not become humble. Humility, true humility really comes then when you see yourself as utter nothingness. Then the self will go into the background. Yes?
Well, yeah, I only brought it up as something that maybe we can go into tomorrow.
Yeah, good. Okay, well, I think this is the answer I have. We must, not until we recognize the greatness of this revelation and turn to Him, we turn to Him with a feeling of awe and wonder, can we recognize our own impotence. And then the self will disappear, or will not completely. We cannot destroy the self. We must not destroy the ego. If the ego is there, you cannot destroy it as long as we live here. I was mentioning, well, I don't think we better go into that now. Take us further and further. Any other questions that you have? Very good. Yes, please. Shout about it.
How many tablets of Ahmad is there? And
what's this? How many what?
Tablets of Ahmad.
How many?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And also in the tablets of Ahmad, where it says, "Be as a flame of fire to my enemies, and a river of life to my beloved."
Well, you said how many tablets of Ahmad there are, isn't it? Isn't it the first question, isn't it? Yeah. Well, there are several tablets which are written for people called Ahmad, but they were different people. You see now? There is one particular which is very famous. That's what you say. There is another one which is also famous, and Shoghi Effendi has translated parts of it in the gleanings, parts of it. Although his name does not appear as Ahmad in that particular part, but that's another tablet. And there are other tablets which are written for other people called Ahmad. So it's not easy to say how many tablets of Ahmad there are. There may be several, depending on the number of people whom Baha'u'llah had written to different Ahmads. Ahmad is a very common name. But there are two which are very famous and well known amongst the believers. One is the one we always read and call it the Tablet of Ahmad, and most believers are familiar with it. The other one is an Ahmad who was very different type of a person altogether than the other one. One was the embodiment of purity and sanctity, and the other one was the opposite. And Baha'u'llah wrote to both of them. The one that we read, of course, is that Ahmad who really was so detached from the things of this world that Baha'u'llah has given him such a great station. Now, when you say that Baha'u'llah has said that be as a flame of fire to my enemies and a river of life eternal to my loved ones, well, it is not necessarily meaning that when you see the enemies you have to burn them up and destroy them. This is not what is meant. It's really meant, you see, a fire always in the writings. A fire is an instrument by which you can tear up and burn the veils which come between man and God. In the long obligatory prayer you can say, make my prayer a fire that can burn away the barriers between me and God. So that when Baha'u'llah says that you should be as a flame of fire to my enemies, in one sense, you could say it means that you should burn their veils of ignorance. Fire also warms up the hearts of people, That's another thing, to warm them up. So that there are various tablets of Baha'u'llah in which he has in fact used these symbols very clearly. He has said, in some tablets, for example, Baha'u'llah says to a person, he says, be as a flame of fire, and with it warm up the hearts of people. So from these words you can deduce that it's not meant that you should become fierce with people. In fact, in one of his tablets, Baha'u'llah has made it very clear that we should never interpret anything in his writings into that state of fierceness and rising up against other people. He has mentioned that, and I've actually, I think, quoted it in his third volume of the Revelation of Baha'u'llah when we are describing the fire tablet. Baha'u'llah says, do not use those passages which I have used in the fire tablet as a pretext to rise up and to destroy people's lives or otherwise to become an aggressive person. He says, these passages we have revealed in order to indicate the sufferings which have been inflicted upon him. And that he says in this dispensation, we must be always loving people, even our enemies. This is the teachings of God, and it will never be changed. It is the eternal teaching of God. If that was what was in your mind, perhaps this may be the answer to it. All right? Yes?
I have a crucial question.
A crucial question we can't answer.
To myself. The tablet of Ahmad and the fire tablet, are those to be, this is in relation to prayer on the one hand and reading the writings on the other. Are those, if you say those are reading the writings or praying,
we cannot really here draw, there is nothing hard and, there is nothing absolutely hard and fast rule that you can say this is one and that's the other. There are many prayers which are like tablets. There are many tablets which are like prayers, half of them. So that we, again, remember, everything depends on your intentions and your heart. I can assure you that if every morning you read the prayers and thinking these are the writings, that will be acceptable to God. Of course it will be. God is very, very forgiving. And He looks at your motives more than anything else. But I think this, you can't draw a line between it, and I think that both of them are correct.
In the volume here, 3, there's similar names, something like bull drum tobacco. Both of them start with a B,
I didn't exactly follow what you were saying. Sorry. Anything else? Yes?
You mentioned somewhere along the line that there were some things that are counter to creation, or
That's what?
that run counter to the creative force of God. You might say unforgivable.
Oh.
That keep our souls from progress.
Well, no. All I said was that one of them is what Christ refers to it is sin against the Holy Ghost, which is to us Baha'is is the covenant breaking. Now that you mentioned that, I think it's not a bad idea if I talk to you a little bit about the covenant. Huh? Yes. You see, I mentioned yesterday a little bit about this, and now before I go there, I want to put your mind at ease. Somebody has written me a letter here called Carlos. I don't know who it is. Carlos, you are the one. Now, I wonder whether we should discuss this thing with you later on, because it's all about the obligatory prayer, isn't it? And if there is time, by all means, we can discuss it. But it's something that you and I can talk about it. Asking some meanings of this and that. And the other person is called McGrath. It's you. Now, will you be here tomorrow? Will you be here tomorrow? Okay. Well, I'm just saying, in case we couldn't deal with it today, at least we can leave it. And there is another person. Who has written, his name is Thank You. Now, and this is about process of the lesser peace. Now, I'm just wondering whether that person will be here tomorrow.
No, but I can take it. It's my wife.
Oh. You will be here tomorrow? Huh?
Yes.
You will be? Oh, good. Well, then I like always to put the questions away. And that's how we did it. Right, successfully. Now we can talk. Oh, you are coming, yes?
Yes. Maui Danya.
Yes? Yeah, what is the part?
It says here the tablet of the world.
Yes.
But you recognize a similar expression with a different name and a different tablet.
No.
Okay, well, forget that. I mean, the expression is, in the index, you fail to translate the Jaliat.
Oh. I didn't translate it, no? Well, that's my problem. Fault. Effulgences. I'm glad I'm not infallible, you know. I make a lot of mistakes. That's a great relief, actually, when you know that you are not infallible. I find it very good. And it's a great relief. And that's one of the bounties of God, really, that He has made us not infallible. And that we make all these. Well, friends, I think it's not a bad idea if we talk about the covenant. But before I talk about the covenant, there's one subject that maybe we can talk about it now, and that is to close the materials that we have been discussing so far about reading, saying the prayers, reading the writings, teaching the faith, and we said how important it is, and as we go do these things, our faith will grow. And I mentioned that we must not become rigid in anything in life. We should not become rigid. These are the basic principles that we have to observe. But you know, if you didn't today, you will do it tomorrow. Don't be worried about it. Although tomorrow may never come, that's another thing. And don't keep me responsible now and said that you told us not to do it today. And but all I'm saying is this, that we must become very much assured of God's bounties which will come to us if we take a little step towards teaching and towards reading. God will help us enormously. And I mentioned that you could test these things. You could test Baha'u'llah and see how much he will change our lives. I've heard many friends have come to us and told us the same thing, that since they have been putting these things into practice, that they have been reading the writings religiously. I told you like the story of the Irish girl I mentioned to you yesterday in Paris. Do you remember? Now, these people are so much out of the problems of this world. All the problems are no longer on their shoulders. They just feel a new person. They feel relieved of all things because their reliance is on Baha'u'llah. Although they may go through a great deal of suffering, but they know that this is a marvelous thing, and they endure it, and they love it, and they grow in the faith. So that all these points that I mentioned yesterday, the reading of the writings, the saying of the obligatory prayers, the living of the life, the teaching the cause, and the pioneering and making more local assemblies, really, these are the basic works which will help us to grow, and our faith will grow. But then there are dangers. Now I'm going to mention some dangers for you here. Dangers. You know, if you possess a very nice thing, there are thieves who are ready to take it from you. If you have a beautiful treasure, there are thieves. There are some very dangerous robbers, highway robbers, who can rob it of you. Now that I'm talking of highway robbers, I remembered of a story which might be a good thing to hear it. Highway robbering. Do you know what highway robbering is? You have never been involved in it. Highway robbering is something which happened in the East very much. And when I was young, we used to go through it all the time. When you travel from one town to another, there are big deserts around. And these deserts, there are certain areas that armed men are there, bandits you call them, and they attack caravans and people who are traveling, and they will take all their things from them, everything they have. I think you had them in America years ago. You've forgotten the practice, huh? Nowadays, you don't do this, but in the old days, they used to do that. Now, in these highway robbers, there was a highway robber who somebody talked to him about the faith, and this is not a made-up story, really, and he became a Baha'i. But in those days, there were no local assemblies to help us. He just taught him the faith. He accepted Baha'u'llah and became a believer, but he continued in his work as a highway robber, you know. He was really, sincerely, he was doing his job very well. He understood certain teachings, of course, and he also heard that in the faith there was no clergy, there were no priests. You know, this is one thing he heard. There was no priests in the faith. And he was very happy about that there were no priests, because after a year, when he met this Baha'i and he told him, "How are you doing?" He said, well, he said, "My business is going on very well. In fact, it's much better than last year." Because he said, when I was a Muslim, I would never rob a clergyman, but now I do. Now this man later on really became a true Baha'i, and then he lived the life completely different, I can tell you that. We all change, you know. Yes, we were talking about highway robbers who robs you of everything. Now in the faith also, in our lives, there are very dangerous robbers for every one of us in our lives, which we have to be very careful. Once you become a Baha'i, and once you grow in the faith, and once you do all these things we mentioned, you have to be constantly watching. And it's a constant watching, in the same way that you, I don't know what you do here, but in our countries we have burglar alarms and all kinds of things to protect us from this. Now there are I'm going to mention three very dangerous robbers of faith, who rob our faith away from us. The first one who robs it, and is the very dangerous one, is our own self. Again, an ego that we were talking about. That is the most dangerous thing, which can constantly direct us towards the animal world, the animal nature. I was mentioning the other day to some of the friends who were assembled here, it's like an aircraft. We are like a human, the faith, the human being is like an aircraft. We have two things. One is the dead weight. You see, the aircraft has a dead weight, which means that dead weight that drags it down all the time. All the time it's ready to drag it down, to drop it. It is the weight, gravity. And then it has the engines, which are pulling it up. Now, the minute the engines are stopped, immediately the dead weight will pull the aircraft down, and it will not wait and say, "All right, I'll give you 3 minutes." No, immediately it pull it down. So that, you see, the engines is our faith. And it must be always revved up. It must always be operating, always be on. If you are not on our guard, this dead weight, which is the animal nature in man, you know, we have two natures, the animal nature, which we call it self, that is going to pull us down. And so the only thing which will stop it is our faith, which can pull it up. And it's very easy to come down the hill, then go up the hill. It will pull you down immediately, the force of gravity. But for the engines to pull it up, it takes a long time, and it needs an awful lot of energy and time and effort. And this is one of the greatest robbers we have of our faith. The other robber, which is just as dangerous, is bad company. Bad company. Baha'u'llah has told us that we must associate with the godly, with the people, and eschew fellowship, he says. These are his own words. Eschew fellowship with the ungodly. Now, the ungodly does not mean a person who doesn't believe in God. Remember that. Oh, no. The ungodly is a person who comes between you and Baha'u'llah, and who says to you, well, look, you are a Baha'i, okay, but let us go and do this, let us go and do that. Directs you to do things against the teachings of the faith. I've seen many people who become Baha'is, young people especially. The young people are more targets for this, much more than the older ones, in schools, in colleges, in society. I've seen some young people who come into the faith with great joy and excitement, and after a month you hear, where are they? Oh, well, this boy had a friend and is involved with a friend, and that's it. He's gone. The friend has pulled him the other way. The ungodly does not mean a person who doesn't believe in God, is agnostic or atheist. The ungodly may be a person who confesses in a very sincere way. But a person who is an agnostic and an atheist may not be an ungodly person. He may be a very good person. And in fact, most of them are very honest people, very good. Most people who become agnostics or atheists, I think they're very honest people. They find that religion has been so misrepresented and so distorted in their ways by those who confess to have a religion that they have just said, we don't want this. This is very honest. So, this is the second dangerous thing that could rob us of our faith, really. We have seen amongst the young people, so many young people who have been destroyed, completely gone away because of this bad company, completely destroyed. People who were brought up even as Baha'is. And then the bad company, they got in contact with so many bad associates, and then they took them away. And the other one, finally, the third one, another thing which I'm sure doesn't happen in America, it's gossip. Really, backbiting. This is something which is, we must always talk good of the people. Always talk good of the people. Talking with people. Somebody said, when do we draw the line? We can always talk about people, but when can we say it is backbiting? You know, sometimes you talk about people. When does it become backbiting? I thought, I said to him, when you begin to enjoy it, it becomes backbiting. You know. Really, that's what happens. These three things, I think, are just enough for us to concentrate on these points and try to guard ourselves against this. We must always talk good of the people. Beautiful. Every Baha'i is so beautiful because the power of faith is working within that person. Because as I said this morning, well, we are related to Baha'u'llah. I am only related to him by name. That's all I can say. But that's a tremendous honor, tremendous. Well, now, having said this, let us go a little bit to the subject of the covenant. I wanted to mention maybe about half an hour here and talk about covenant. Again, yesterday we touched upon this. I mentioned that Baha'u'llah brought for us a great ocean of his revelation, a real ocean. In the dispensations of the past, the manifestations of the past, they brought also the Word of God. But in relation to what Baha'u'llah has brought in this day, it was not an ocean, it was a small pond, you might say. But they brought the water of life. Every one of the prophets of God who have come, they bring with them the water of life. And that water of life when they are alive, when the manifestations of God are alive and they are with man and they are walking with man and talking with man, that water of life is fresh. It's like rain. The word of God is like the coming of rain. When the rain comes, you become refreshed by it directly. It comes to you and hits you directly. You become refreshed by it directly. But when the rain stops, when the manifestation of God is no longer with us, that water is accumulated then in a pond. And that's where you get your water of life. But He is no longer there to rain upon you. He's gone. Christ was here for 3 years. Muhammad was for 23 years, and what he left behind was the Quran, for instance, which became like the pond from which all the people could go and receive this water of life. In Christianity, we have the Gospels, which is the repository of the words of Christ. And it is like a pond of water to which people, the saints and scholars of Christianity, went to it. They took this water of life and they took it away and distributed it and gave this water of life to everyone. This is how other religions grew. In this dispensation, Baha'u'llah has brought an ocean for us, really an ocean. But in the past, when the Prophet passed away, he left this water of life free to people to use it the way they wanted it. Which meant that everybody was free. If you have a pond of water in your house and hundreds of people are at it, what will happen to that water of life? To that water? It will become adulterated because everybody pushes his pots and pans in it and washes things into it, and after a while that water loses its purity. It's adulterated. This is what happened to older religions. The founder of the faith brought the water of life, but he left it freely to his followers. He said, "Yes, this is for you." And the followers really so much adulterated it. They added things to it, to the Word of God. They took away things from the Word of God. They interpreted the Word of God the ways. They pulled it into pieces the way they did it. And so they created sects and divisions. They adulterated it. And now we look at these religions, there are hundreds of sects. It's because man has had the freedom to use this. Now Baha'u'llah has done entirely a new thing altogether, which the prophets of the past had not done. Now why they didn't do it now, this is an important point. You must not think that the prophets of the past did not know. Baha'u'llah, as you know, has given us a covenant, firm covenant. He has put a wall around this great ocean. And he said nobody has the right to touch it. Nobody has the right to interpret it. The other manifestations of God didn't do this. You mustn't say, oh, well, they didn't do it because they didn't know. This is far from the truth. The reason they didn't do it was because mankind in those days were not mature enough to be held responsible. Because once you have a covenant, you will have to be responsible. In the same way that I was giving you the example of a child rolling in mud, coming back with his new suit of clothes. He rolls in mud and he comes home. Well, he's not to be held responsible. Only when he grows up, you can give him responsibility. You give him a new suit of clothes, he goes back, he goes out. But if he rolls in mud, as I said, he will be in trouble. So you see, mankind had not reached the age of maturity to be able to hold on to the terms of a covenant, which is very disciplinary in its nature. You do not have to interpret the words of God. This is a great discipline. But in the past, they did. And so different religions in the past were divided into sects. And yet those sects grew together. For instance, in Christianity, you will see that in the early days, the Christian faith was divided into 3 or 4 major sects. But each sect grew upon the tree of Christianity. Each one drew its sustenance from it. You couldn't say one of them didn't draw the sustenance from the teaching of Christ. It was like a tree which had several branches. But today it's different, very different. There is only one branch, and anyone who deviates is cut off. And when you cut it off, you don't have to fight it. It will dry by itself. Now, in this dispensation, as I said, Baha'u'llah has brought for us an ocean of revelation. But he did not give that revelation to us directly and say, all right, this is my revelation, I brought it for you, I give it to you. He didn't do that. He brought it for us, but he didn't give it to us. I think we mentioned that somehow in passing yesterday, reference. He didn't give it to us. He gave it instead to the person of Abdul Baha. And Abdul Baha became the container of the revelation of Baha'u'llah. All the forces of the revelation of Baha'u'llah were placed within Abdul Baha, to such an extent that he had the powers of the manifestation. Although he was not a manifestation of God, he had the powers of the manifestation of God. It's like the moon. When you look at the moon, it has light, and it is beautiful light, but it is not of itself. It has not a light of itself. It is reflected upon it. Whereas the sun, like a manifestation of God, has its own light and its own heat. Abdul Baha here is like the moon, which gives light. By virtue of being the container of the revelation of Baha'u'llah, he had all the powers of the manifestation conferred upon him. He knew what was in your heart, just as Baha'u'llah knew. And he had all the powers. And his words, although is not the word of God in that sense, but it has the same validity as the words of Baha'u'llah. In fact, in one sense, his words are more authentic than those of Baha'u'llah. Did you ever think of that? The words of Abdul Baha could be more authentic than the words of Baha'u'llah. For example, if you ever come across a statement that Baha'u'llah has made a statement, say, and Abdul Baha says this, really, he may make his statement completely opposite to it. Which one would you take? The words of Baha'u'llah or the words of Abdul Baha? You don't take the words of Baha'u'llah. You take the words of Abdul Baha because he is the interpreter of the word. So in that sense, his words become more authentic if they seem to be contrary to it, because he is giving us an interpretation which we may not even understand, but it is he who can interpret for us. Yes? Yes, of course. The words of Shoghi Effendi are the same thing, because he is the interpreter of the word of God. But this is very rare that this may happen. It's very rare. But if it has happened, there are some cases. I'll give you an example of it. Baha'u'llah's secretary has written, he said that Bab and Baha'u'llah had met out physically in Tehran. It is in one of the tablets which Mirza Awad Jan, Baha'u'llah's secretary, has written. And you know, Baha'u'llah's secretary did not write anything of himself. Everything that he was written, it was dictated to him, even though it appears in his own, as if it is his own composition. But it was all composed by Baha'u'llah, everything that he has written. Now Abdul Baha says they never met personally, individually. So whose words we take? We take the words of Abdul Baha. You see, this is how we have to understand this. Now, I was saying that Abdul Baha in here becomes the container of the revelation of Baha'u'llah. And yesterday, those of you who were here, I was describing how Baha'u'llah is like the summit of a mountain, and Abdul Baha being a servant that no other human being on this earth can reach him as low as Abdul Baha in servitude. He is the lowest of all in servitude. He is like a valley. Baha'u'llah like the summit of a mountain, and Abdul Baha like a deepest valley. And so when the water pours down from the top of the mountain, it accumulates in the lowest valley. And so all the forces of the revelation of Baha'u'llah are accumulated within the person of Abdul Baha. And then there is another thing you must remember, that the center, if I wanted to put water in this glass, and the water is pure, this glass must be empty. If it is not empty, when I pour water in it, it's going to be adulterated. And Abdul Baha was that empty of his own self. He had no will of himself. He submitted his will to that of Baha'u'llah completely, utterly. And so he was a stainless mirror, as Shoghi Effendi describes him, a stainless mirror which reflected the light of Baha'u'llah in perfection. If the mirror is not stainless, it will not be able to reflect it fully. And so it was a completely empty and pure vessel in which Baha'u'llah poured his revelation within it, the forces of his revelation. And you must not think also that Abdul Baha tried very hard and tried to become a very outstanding person as it was, and emptied himself. In a sense he did, maybe, I don't know. But he was certainly not a human being like you and I. He was created for this purpose by God. It was a gift of Baha'u'llah to mankind. It was a part of the revelation of Baha'u'llah, in the same way that revelation comes from Baha'u'llah and it is from God who sends it to us. Abdul Baha was also a gift of God to mankind. He had the makings of being pure and empty of self. And so he was a perfect exemplar for the teachings. Now, Abdul Baha, during the 29 years of his ministry, he enriched the Baha'i writings, the revelation of Baha'u'llah was enriched by it. He expounded it, he explained it to us, he put it in simple words for us, he guided us, he helped us how to live up to those teachings. And then, of course, as you know, here comes the story of self again, comes up. This ambition, this ego, as I said, is the greatest enemy. There were people who had ego, great ambitions to become leaders. And when Baha'u'llah passed away, and Baha'u'llah told us very clearly in his will and testament, he said, everything I have brought is within Abdul Baha. I'm paraphrasing his words, or paraphrasing the thought even. But this is what he said really. Turn to him for anything you want. Outside him there is nothing. And yet there were some ambitious men who as soon as Baha'u'llah passed away, thought now the field is open for them. And they wanted leadership, just like religious leaders. You know, today we have plenty of them. This shouldn't be a surprise to us. Today the world is full of leaders. Everybody wants to become leaders. So you see how much we have a lot of ambitious men. Now I'm not saying that in government whatever they do is not our problem. They're not worried about that. They are all ambitious. Okay, let them be. And I don't think that it is bad to be ambitious in your work. Why not? You want to be, if you're doing any work, why don't you? We should do it in such a way that we become distinguished. We progress. We go higher up in your work. This is not a bad thing, provided we do it in the right way. And not to try to kill a lot of people on the way, but do it in the right way. A Baha'i who is working, whatever your profession, you must try to perfect it. You must try to be distinguished. If you're an engineer, be a distinguished engineer. If you're a doctor, be a distinguished doctor. If you're an administrator, why not? But we are saying in faith, in the faith of God, there is no room for ambition. And these ambitious men wanted to become leaders. There were so many of them. So many of them. And most of them were outstanding teachers of the faith, who thought this is the opportunity to rise up and break up this faith, like the old days, into sects. And so they began to attack the center of the covenant, like men who come to attack this great wall which Baha'u'llah has placed around this ocean. They wanted to get through to this ocean, but they didn't succeed. And at the same time, I can tell you, it brought so much suffering to the person of Abdul Baha that not until you study the history of that period, and maybe I don't think that history is yet really compiled, of the history of covenant breaking during the time of Abdul Baha, in English anyhow. When you read that history of the covenant breaking and the sufferings which were inflicted upon Abdul Baha, you will not believe it. The things that they did. How much they went, these Abdul Baha's brothers, his family, the family of Baha'u'llah, they all rose up against him. Every one of the members of the family of Baha'u'llah, with the exception of a very few, rose up against Abdul Baha. And then hand in hand with some very outstanding teachers of the faith for many years. Not only misrepresentations, but so many times they plotted to take his life. They did everything to humiliate, to misrepresent, and to dishonor him. All the time. This was going on, the intrigues that were going on all the time. Now it's beyond the scope of our discussions here to even go into it. If ever somebody can study that, you will find that no human being can ever go through so much opposition and afflictions. And yet Abdul Baha dealt with it personally with loving kindness, but for the community's sake with great firmness. And he said, those who were the breakers of the covenant, those who have arisen to destroy the cause of God, he announced them as covenant breakers, and we do not associate with them. That's all we do not do with the covenant breakers. You do not hate them, you do not fight with them, you do not try to destroy them, but we just do not associate with them. And this is a very important principle. Abdul Baha said it's like a disease, infectious disease, which the doctor will isolate you. I mean, this happens in life. The doctor isolates you if you have an infectious disease. And this is because, he said, if 1,000 healthy people go near that one defected person, that diseased person, they're all going to take this disease. The 1,000. That one person will not become better by associating with 1,000 healthy men, but 1,000 healthy men will become affected by one person who is diseased. You see, this process of covenant breaking, which did not exist in the past, they existed in the past, but that it was not dealt in the past. Nobody had the power, the authority to deal with those who break the covenant. Those who broke the covenant, if there was such a thing as a covenant. In Islam, there was a verbal arrangement or a verbal statement which was made by Muhammad describing who should be the follower of Muhammad, who should be succeeding Muhammad. But his followers divided, and they disagreed, and they divided into two major sects. But they were both growing again. You know, there was no question of cutting anybody off. They were both Muslims of different sects. But in this age, anyone who have risen up against the center of the faith, he is cut off. He's cut off. And I will explain to you this process of covenant breaking and the process of throwing away somebody out of the faith, cutting him off. As I said, like a branch which deviates and you cut it off. And when you cut it off, it drops on the ground. And for a few days it may be green, maybe a little life in it. But eventually it will perish. We don't have to fight them. We don't have to hate them. We don't have to do anything. But we do not associate with them. And the best example, again, to know this is to look at your own human body. The human body is the best example. If you look at the human body, you will find that a healthy person can always withstand any disease or germs or anything which comes from the outside. If you're healthy, you're not going to be affected by it. We always go through these germs and through these things. You always, through all around us, it's full of germs and various things. But you get over it. But if ever you allow poison to enter inside your bloodstream and circulate, that's the end. You can't stand that. It will destroy you right away. And so the body has a system. The body has a machinery. The kidneys, this is the work of the kidneys. They inspect the bloodstream, if you like to call it. And they pick up anything which is poisonous. All the poisonous material are collected from the body, from the bloodstream. They won't let it go through the bloodstream. And at intervals, these impurities are thrown out. Isn't that right? If there was no kidneys, you know what happened to a person? Probably you would die after, I don't know, I'm not a doctor, a few hours. All the poisons is destroying you. That's the end. And so all the impurities are thrown out. And once it is thrown out, you feel healthy. machinery. The hands of the cause, it's their function. To be vigilant, and if there is anyone who is a poison circulating within the community, they'll throw him out with the help, with the approval of the House of Justice today. In the future, they will devise a different system, perhaps. But there is a machinery. And it does not mean that anybody who opposes the faith in some ways, you throw him out in that way and you call him a covenant breaker. A covenant breaker is a person who opposes the center of the faith actively. For instance, you may find a person who says, look, I am not a Baha'i. I was a Baha'i, but I'm not a Baha'i. Okay, this is not a problem. You will withdraw his name. And in fact, you will love him and you will help him. You will associate with him. Or a person may have broken some laws and his voting rights is removed from him. Still, you can associate with him. There's no problem there. He will one day may come back again into the faith. But a covenant breaker is a person who actively opposes the center of the faith. For instance, he says, I believe in Baha'u'llah, but I don't accept anything that Abdul Baha said and I'm going to oppose it. Or somebody may say, I believe Baha'u'llah and Abdul Baha, as they did, but I will oppose anything that Shoghi Effendi will say. And I am a Baha'i and I'm coming to your 19-day feast and I'm going to oppose everything that Shoghi Effendi has said. I won't let that happen. Or somebody today might say, look, I accept all the writings, but I will not oppose anything that I'll oppose anything that the House of Justice says. I'm coming to your 19-day feast, to your assemblies, to your communities, and I'm going to oppose everything they say. Well, this is the poison which is trying to circulate inside. And this we will not allow to happen. It's like a cancerous disease which happens. Sometimes you may go and the doctor says, I must cut your hand off right away. You won't object to that. You will welcome it. You say, all right, cut it off. Why? Because you know that if that cancer is allowed to remain there, it's going to destroy you. This is exactly what covenant breaking is. But fortunately, now we live at a time that we are talking about covenant breaking. Very few of them exist today who are opposing the House of Justice. Very few of them. And they are so, we are not worried about them. We are not doing anything with them. We are just leaving it to themselves. And as I said, we don't hate them. We don't associate with them. If they write me a letter, I will not answer them. I will not read it. I'll throw it away. It's poison.
The covenant breakers have, with every major change, the death of Baha'u'llah and Shoghi Effendi.
Pardon?
The covenant breakers have arisen with every major change, with the death of the central figure. There won't be any more of that. The House of Justice won't die. It'll be the same as that.
I don't know.
Can it be?
I don't know. There may well be. There are still some who oppose the House of Justice. I think as long as Shoghi Effendi mentions, he says that in every faith, people arose and divided religions into sects. They violated the covenants. In this age, he says it's the same. People will have violated the covenant, and in fact have violated it much more vigorously than any other previous dispensation. But he says the difference, and therefore probably this covenant breaking may be there till the end of this dispensation. But he says the distinguishing feature of this faith is that they have not succeeded in bringing division. They have dissipated themselves. And this is the true history of the faith. All of those things, people who rose up against the faith, where are they? Those covenant breakers of Abdul Baha, they are gone and forgotten and finished and part of the history. If you want to go to Akka to find out the grave of Muhammad Ali, who was the arch breaker of the covenant, you won't find it. You don't know where he is, even buried. If you go to those hundreds of people who rose up against Shoghi Effendi amongst his family and others, where are they? They're gone, finished, completely finished, without doing anything to them. They're gone. And today there may well be a few here and there. But one thing which is sure is that the cause of God will not become divided into sects. If you look at the history of other religions, you will find the sects were created immediately after the Prophet was gone. The body of Muhammad wasn't buried yet, that his followers were divided into two major sects and the fighting broke up amongst them right away. In this dispensation, This is why Baha'u'llah says this is a day that shall not be followed by night. Now I will explain to you in another way what covenant breaking is. Just on a basis of nature. In nature. What is in nature covenant breaking? Just to explain to you by using the laws of nature. As I said, from nature we learn everything. Really. First of all, do you know that look at nature. You will find always opposite things attract each other. The north pole of a magnet and the south pole of a magnet are opposites. They'll attract to each other. But the two similar poles, they repulse. If you bring two north poles of a magnet together, there is a force of repulsion. Now, this is in nature. And it's the same thing in spiritually. God is one end, but the opposite to it is man, the opposite pole. God is sovereign Lord of all. The opposite to it is servitude, humility. You see, these are two opposite things. And these two things attract each other. God loves to see a servant. He is attracted to a servant. He attracts to himself. But if ever somebody wants to put himself on the same level as God, or when I say God, I mean, say, the manifestation of God, or the center of the covenant, it doesn't matter. If a person wants to put himself on the same level as Baha'u'llah, or put himself on the same level as Abdul Baha, or put himself on the same level as Shoghi Effendi, you know, the same level, there is a force of repulsion. This is covenant breaking. As long as you are a servant, there is no problem. But as soon as you want to bring yourself on the same level, knowing what this is, knowing this is a manifestation of God, having recognized Him, you want to bring yourself on the same level, immediately there is a repulsion. Now we want to know, how do we know we bring ourselves on that same level? How do I know that how can we prove that Muhammad Ali, for instance, brought himself on the same level as Abdul Baha? How do we know that those who oppose Shoghi Effendi brought themselves on the same level of Abdul Baha? How can we say this? Now, there is one test for it. And the test again you will find in life. If I challenge you to fight with me, you and I have to be of the same strength, or else I would never dare to come and say, let us fight. You only fight with someone who is your equal or less than you. A child will never come and challenge a grown-up man. Or you and I would never challenge one of these boxers to come and fight with us, because we are not equals with them. If I challenge you to come and if I challenge you, if I oppose you, it means I bring myself on the same level, at least, because I'm opposing you, I'm challenging you. That is the way you can know it. When Muhammad Ali challenged Abdul Baha, he brought himself on the same level. And this is repulsion. When somebody challenges and opposes Abdul Baha or Shoghi Effendi, he puts himself on the same level. By virtue of opposing him, it is an indication that you consider yourself at least an equal. Otherwise you wouldn't. That is how we know. Once they oppose, this is the criteria. Once they oppose the center of the cause, then this is covenant breaking. And that has to be established, by the way, by the center of the faith. Nobody can proclaim somebody a covenant breaker. Now, why I mentioned the importance of covenant breaking and steadfastness in the covenant is that we must not only look at the history of the faith in the past and all the covenant breakings, that's part of history, which give us a great courage in the faith. It's a great pride for us, a great joy and a pride. We can mention it with pride that so many people rose up against the faith, rose up against Abdul Baha, rose up against Baha'u'llah, rose up from within, rose up against Shoghi Effendi, tried to break the faith into pieces, and they did not succeed. And as Ruhiya Khanum once in one of her talks mentioned, she said, every one of these covenant breakings is a ribbon we wear in this battle. You know, a ribbon that you wear, a medal. Each one of them has proved the invincibility of the covenant of God, that you cannot break it through. Even the most fierce onslaught which had taken place in the faith had not succeeded in breaking through this great ocean. So you see, and now look at what happened at the end. Now I have no time in here to talk to you about this, and it's just coming to an end. But look at what happened when Shoghi Effendi passed away. When Shoghi Effendi passed away, the machinery of the covenant, this wall around this whole, the cause of God, was so strong that even though he had not left a will and testament, and I can tell you we don't want to go into that, the great wisdoms of not writing the will and testament. You must not think that Shoghi Effendi forgot to write the will and testament. The great wisdom. And if he had written a will and testament, I'm not going to go into it, you would see that he could have violated some of the basic principles of our faith. Now, I am not at all prepared to go into this question now, because there is no time. It takes a good while to discuss this. Now we understand this. He could not have written. His hands was tied. And in spite of the fact that there were no will and testament, and in spite of the fact that the Baha'is were not only Persians who spoke the same language or only English, but that they were scattered throughout the length and breadth of this earth, coming from so many diverse backgrounds, and yet the faith of Baha'u'llah remained unshaken. The community remained unshaken. And when one of the hands came up, Mason Remy, and he said, follow me, it was only laughable, the consequences. Where is he? Where is what's happened? It all evaporated into the air. The Baha'i community remained steadfast. It's just like every interval, the impurities were thrown out. That's all that happens. And it was a good thing. All the impurities, like the impurities of the body, which are thrown out every intervals. And even now, you said there are no possibility, you suggested there were no possibilities of covenant breaking. Well, there may be. There are always ambitious men. And somebody may come and say, well, now let us see what, they may oppose the House of Justice. I don't know. There are already some who are doing it. Very few. You can count them with the fingers of your hand throughout the Baha'i world, really. Now, this is a stage that we have reached, and we have to be grateful to those souls who defended the covenant of God, who defended this cause. As I said, they rallied around Abdul Baha and Shoghi Effendi. There was a time that Shoghi Effendi, not one member of his family remained faithful. Not one member of the family of Abdul Baha, they all rose up against him. And you might ask yourself, why is it that the person now this is the last thing I'm going to say, and we close this meeting because it's getting late. The last thing I'm going to say to you. Often people may ask themselves this question, how is it that of all the people who should rise up against Abdul Baha were his closest people, his family, his friends, his brothers, why should be that all the family of the master should rise up against Shoghi Effendi? They were the closest to him. You would expect that they wouldn't rise up against him. Now you see, this is a very significant thing to ask. Now the only way I can describe it to you is this, that if you were going to see a great scientist, say you and I were going to see a great, celebrated scientist. Say for instance, if Einstein was alive, we were all going to see him. Let's go and see him. Now either you know mathematics or you don't when you go and see Einstein or someone like him. You either know mathematics or you don't. If you know mathematics, when you go there and you sit down and you listen, you see him on the blackboard working with his theories and all the formulas he has worked out, and you see the way he has come out with such genius way he has proposed his theories. You will be so carried away into the world of mathematics and physics that you consider him as the greatest man And you come out of the room so excited that if anybody asks you what was he wearing, you don't know. What would it look like even, you may not know, because you are carried away with his theories. But if you didn't know mathematics, and you looked at what he's saying, and especially if you're sitting in the front row, now some of the people who are sitting in the front row have seen a lot of things. They would say, look at this man, look at his... You won't understand what he's saying, but you can look at him very clearly because you're sitting very close to him. He would say, oh gosh, look at this fellow. His coat is not properly buttoned. His shoes are dirty. His hair is unkempt. Why they make such a fuss of him? You see now, because you don't know mathematics. And so when you come out, you find a lot of faults with him. This was not he was talking nonsense and I didn't understand it, and he was having you see all his personal side. Now this is exactly what happens with the manifestation of God. And those who are near him, his relations and his family are very close to him. They are sitting like the front row. And they have no spiritual qualities. You can be sure of this. No spiritual qualities. The only sign of spiritual qualities is if they are servants, if they are servitude. Like Abdul Baha, who I told you would never enter into the room of Baha'u'llah without prostrating himself at his feet and considering himself as utter nothingness. Now if you're not like that, you don't know mathematics in that example. Now he knew it. He had seen nothing but the greatness of Baha'u'llah. But these people who had nothing at all, no spiritual qualities, but full of ambition, they had no share of the spiritual powers which was within him. And this is why Baha'u'llah says how many the people who have been in his presence who hadn't seen him at all. And how many people who were never in his presence and they had understood and recognized his greatness and glory. These people were sitting very close, and so all they saw was a human being. They saw him, he has to eat, he has to sleep. If he gets tired, if he doesn't sleep tonight, he gets sick. It's just like everybody else. And because they had not seen the great glory which was within him, therefore they were the first to rise up. You see now how it is when you're very close? They always say that when you are close to a lamp, there is a shadow near the lamp. You know these lamps which have a stand, if you look at it, there is a shadow there. The light goes around. You're close to it. When you're close to the manifestation of God, tests are very great. The slightest impurities, the slightest condition of ambition will destroy the soul. But we must thank God in this day that we have none of these problems, although we have to really deepen ourselves in the knowledge of the covenant. And I wish there was time that one could talk about the covenant. This in itself is something which will need a long time to discuss this. But now I feel that we have come to the end, whether good or bad. We have talked a great deal, and I know that some of you are going to go. How many are going tomorrow? Well, everybody is going. So never mind. No. Huh? Oh no, everybody is going away, tomorrow. They won't see us tomorrow. He's going away tomorrow. Oh, there's a few people. Well, I would like to say to those of you who are going that for me it has been a greatest privilege and a greatest joy to be with you, really. And I hope that I haven't made you tired of all these things. And as I said, if you want to forget everything, forget those points. Just a few of them you can remember. But always remember that Baha'u'llah has to be with us. This is the thing. And this is the whole, the essence of all that we have said in our service. And that He comes to us to our assistance. He helps us. He supports us. And all this love that we have for each other, the joy and the love that is in our hearts, is not because of ourselves. Now don't mistake that. All this love which brings us together and makes us to become like one people is not because of us, that we are very important people, that we are very special people in that sense. all of this love and this joy and this unity is because of Baha'u'llah. It is his revelation. It is the forces that he has released in the world, and it is that which comes through our hearts and makes us to become one. Otherwise, if you divorce that from it, what had we in common? All of us. Very little. Nothing. And in spite of all our weaknesses, we were talking about the weaknesses of our assemblies. In spite of all the weaknesses of our assemblies, look at the way the faith is growing. Look at the way we are holding on together. If it wasn't for the cause of God and the power of Baha'u'llah, do you think we would be staying together for more than one day in a local assembly? You will disband it immediately and say, go home, we don't want to get into this thing. Oh no. But it is the cause of God, and it is the early stages. And the only thing which will help us to really become happy people and to become and to see that the cause goes forward is to love each other through Baha'u'llah. Love, if this love is not there, then we have to fight the spiritual battle. If I cannot see everybody with the eye of love and unity, then I have to fight my spiritual battle. And as I said, we must look into each other's faces and see a trace of Baha'u'llah, and then it will all work. Well.
One question on terminology. In English translations, Soviet Effendi talks much of the greater covenant. I think he means that of Baha'u'llah. Yes, of Baha'u'llah. From God, I think not. And then the lesser is Baha'u'llah, and so on through the manifestation.
That's right.
But besides, at one point he says sometimes God's greater plan has to intercedes. Well, so as you see it, the ocean, the immersive subject is sort of coming to all bigger ocean up above God, and then the previous sort of
Well, I suppose you can say these things.
I'm asking on there now.
Yes. Well, the covenant of God with man is something all-encompassing. The covenant of Baha'u'llah is only for his followers. It's only addressed to the followers. And that the plan of God is something overall, which will include all human beings. And Shoghi Effendi says sometimes these two plans will run into each other. Well, friends, I want to say farewell to some of you who are going, and I hope that we will see and hear about you all wonderful things that happens in this country. And I cannot say to you how much I have been happy and delighted to meet with the friends. So, these questions, I'll leave them on this table until tomorrow. Oh no, we are not supposed to put anything here. Okay, well, we'll take them. And so, thank you very much. Thank you. Oh no, please, no, please, sit down. Please, sit down. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Are we going?
We'll be here
Oh.
this evening. The program begins at 7.
Well, thank you, John. I feel that we could deal with some of these questions, and then as we go on, I'm sure a lot of subjects will open up that we can talk about. Yesterday and day before, as some of you may know, we dealt with a comprehensive sort of survey of the life of a Baha'i. And the theme was, what should we do? How can we live to enable our faith to grow? And I think we still can talk about that, naturally. You can talk around it and about this. But I think this morning I will pick up this question here. Is the person who has written this here? You have. It says, please tell the story. Oh, story about circumambulation. I thought you meant the wisdom of it, or the yes. Well, first of all, I think I will mention this circumambulating, as you know, in the faith. This is a way of showing one's love and devotion to one that you worship as your God, as your Lord. You circumambulate around him, and this is actually a law. This is a principle of nature. Again, in nature, you can find a parallel for this. You will find always an object which depends upon its creator. It revolves around it. For instance, the earth revolves around the sun. It's in love with it. This is a love relationship. And the satellite revolves around the earth. It is the force of love, really, as we know. I mean, from the point of view of physics, we know what holds the satellite in motion. It is that force of attraction, which is the love and the speed of its action that make it circumambulate its beloved. And so it is a law of nature that if you depend on someone as your creator, you circumambulate around it. And this is why when you go to the shrines, the act of circumambulating the shrine is an act of devotion to your Lord. In the writings we come across this statement many a times, that the lovers circumambulate around their beloved. Now, the story of circumambulation, which is a story I mentioned to our friend in here, and he has recorded it in his tape. I think I am always reluctant to talk about these accounts unless it is in writing. I feel we must be very accurate in quoting these things, because when the disciples of Baha'u'llah have recorded such incidents or such accounts, they have recorded it to the best of their ability and knowledge. And all we can do is to translate it and convey it. To try to put our own words to it, it sort of snowballs a little bit. I mentioned yesterday that we must not try to verbally communicate these stories. And this particular story that you have asked me to say, and I don't know how you come to know about it, probably Red must have told you this. He's hiding away there. And this is already recorded in the videotape. Well, I will tell you the story, but don't go and tell everybody about this. Really, just keep it for yourself. Because I say this to you. First of all, such stories which relate to us the greatness of the cause, and such stories which relate to us things like miracles, things which sounds and looks like miracles. These things we are not supposed to consider them as miracles, because Baha'u'llah says, do not attribute any miracles to him. He says this will degrade the station of the manifestation of God. These accounts are only good for people who have seen them. And often people who had seen some of these accounts, I remember when I was a young boy, and they wouldn't tell us. They were very reluctant to talk about it because they didn't want to make it a point by which people would say, oh yes, this is the proof of the truth of this faith. We never bring miracles as the proof of the truth of this faith. And as I said, Baha'u'llah says no one should attribute miracles to him. Although Abdul Baha has said that you can talk about it because it will give people joy and excitement. and it will uplift the souls to think about it. But we are not attributing miracles here. As I said, Baha'u'llah says it will degrade the station of the manifestation of God. Now, they were reluctant, those people who were the origin of all these stories, they were reluctant to say it because, and especially when there were people who were not Baha'is, they would never say it to them. They would wait till people really become deep in the faith who could sort of take it and put it in the right perspective. Now, I will tell you the story of Baha'u'llah. You know that when Baha'u'llah was in the house of Abud, that's the time that he, as you know, he spent about 7 years in those two houses, which is now called the house of Abud. And he had never seen a blade of grass, really, something green, trees, which he was so fond of. He really kept, as I said yesterday, the manifestation of God submits himself entirely to what his enemies do to him. He never uses his powers to stop them persecuting him. And so Baha'u'llah submitted to his enemies. And he did not leave that house. Although several governors who had come, they were so friendly. Some of them became so much the admirers of Abdul Baha. And in one or two cases, they even met Baha'u'llah in the house of Abud. That they became so much carried away with his powers, and they saw his glory, that they openly said that, of course, Baha'u'llah could leave the town if he wanted it. And Abdul Baha could leave the town if he wanted it. But you see, they were incarcerated in that city according to the edict of the Sultan. Now, Baha'u'llah had mentioned to Abdul Baha on one occasion that it is 9 years, he said, that he had not seen any sceneries of green and trees and flowers. And Abdul Baha immediately realized that his will now is that he should leave this place. And as you all may have heard, I'm sure he went out and he rented these gardens outside Baghdad, outside Akka, known as the mansion of Mazra'e nowadays. The mansion of Mazra'e, as you see it now, those of you who have seen it, has been developed further since those days of Baha'u'llah. In those days were much smaller and much more primitive than what it is today, but certain basic part of the house is still there. The room of Baha'u'llah is still there, and all those things. Things have been added to it. Things have not really, there's not much change in it, except things have been added to it. Rooms have been added to it. So, Abdul Baha rented this for a very reasonable price. And then he arranged the making of a special carriage. In those days there were no such thing as carriages around. And then he came to Baha'u'llah and he said, the carriage is ready, the gardens, the house outside is ready, and that he said, please, you can come out and let's go. Baha'u'llah said to him, no. He said no. He was a prisoner and he was staying there. Now here is a point that you must remember. I mentioned yesterday, the relationship that Baha'u'llah and Abdul Baha had was not the same relationship as an ordinary son and the father. You know how it is, how informal is the relationship of the son and the father. That Abdul Baha could sort of insist and persist and say, oh please come on, let's go, and this sort of thing. It wasn't like this. Baha'u'llah was his Lord. He had recognized him so much that none of us can ever recognize Baha'u'llah to that extent. And he showed such humility and such submissiveness to Baha'u'llah that no person can ever do. And in fact, it was Abdul Baha who taught the believers. You know, whenever believers came to the Holy Land, Whenever believers came to the Holy Land to attain the presence of Baha'u'llah, Abdul Baha would prepare them for coming in contact with Baha'u'llah. He would even look at their clothes and see whether their clothes were good enough. And if it wasn't, which in many cases were not, he would give them a new coat, new clothes to wear, so that when they go into the presence of Baha'u'llah, they are very well, they look their best. And so, and he taught them the lessons in humility and self-effacement and reverence. He taught them, prepared them for this. Well, so you can imagine when Baha'u'llah said no, he will not go, that he was a prisoner in that house. Abdul Baha could not insist. He could not say any more. But then he decided he better get somebody who is not a believer. He could insist. And so he went along and he saw the Mufti of Akka, which is the religious head of the city. And he was one of those great admirers of Baha'u'llah, this Mufti. A man by the name of Miri, he was Ali Miri. He was a very devoted person. He was really devoted to Baha'u'llah. Wasn't only an admirer, but he really became a worshipper, you can say, of Baha'u'llah. He had seen so many miracles, really, that man, in his life during that short period that Baha'u'llah was in Akka, that he once came to Abdul Baha and he said to Abdul Baha, he said, every time I stand to pray, Baha'u'llah appears in front of me. I pray to him. You see, this is how the influence of the power of God can change the hearts of people. And at first he was a great, I wouldn't say enemy, but he was a very difficult person. He was very much against the faith and the founder of the faith. And he met Baha'u'llah in the barracks of Akka, this man. And he was so proud that Abdul Baha kept on reminding him when he went to the presence of Baha'u'llah that he must change his attitude. And if ever he wanted to say anything, if this man wanted to say anything in the presence of Baha'u'llah, Abdul Baha would say, be quiet, don't say anything. This is how he really enabled him to see gradually the greatness and the power of the faith. And then came a time that this Mufti of Akka became such an admirer of Abdul Baha that if he ever walked with him, he always walked behind the master, which is a very important sign in the East. If you walk with somebody, it depends who you are and who he is. If he is more important than you, you never walk in front of him. You always stay a step behind. And he always walked behind the master. And anyhow, this man came to Baha'u'llah and he said that, why aren't you going to this house outside Akka? And Baha'u'llah said to him that he was a prisoner. He would not go. And he said, he insisted. And he said, everything is ready. You are not a prisoner. No one can keep you a prisoner. And remember, the edict of the Sultan was still in force. The edict of the Sultan was still in force. But, and he said he will not leave Baha'u'llah. He just kept on, he clung to the hem of Baha'u'llah's garment, and he knelt before him. And he said, not until he accepts this leaving the house will he leave him. And so Baha'u'llah said, okay. And then, as you know, he went to the mansion of Mazra'e for the first time. And he went in that carriage. And Abdul Baha says, I took him there and I returned back to Akka myself. And so Baha'u'llah then spent mostly the months of summer and the months of when the weather was not very cold, in the springtime, sometime in the autumn, he spent in that house. But he often came back to Akka. You mustn't think that when he went into that house that he never came back. Oh no, he came back many a time to Akka. And after all, Abdul Baha was living in the house of Abud. The mother of Abdul Baha was living there. And the greatest holy leaf was living there at the time. And so he often came to the house of Abud. And then, as you know, this mansion of Bahji came into the picture. The mansion of Bahji was completed by the same man who owned the house, part of the house of Abud, a man called Udi Khammar. He completely finished. It was half-built building. Udi Khammar, he finished it and he made it a residence for himself. He wanted to move into this great palace in the outside of Akka. But as you know the details, how the outbreak of cholera took place and how Abdul Baha went along and rented that from him. And Baha'u'llah then moved into that. Now when he moved, he really did not move from the mansion of Mazra' into the mansion of Bahji. It happened that he was in Akka. When he left for the mansion of Bahji, he left Akka from the house of Abud to the mansion of Bahji. And it was just at the time that my father was in the presence of Baha'u'llah at that time as a pilgrim. And he said that when this building was rented by Abdul Baha, the believers went there along with Abdul Baha and they washed the building with soap and water and everything else, because it is a marble building in the top part of it, and they washed it all and cleaned it for the coming that Baha'u'llah will come into it. And the first people who moved in were the family of Baha'u'llah, but not the mother of Abdul Baha or the greatest holy leaf or Abdul Baha himself. They did not move. And the reasons for it, now we don't go into it. Then, one day, it was known that Baha'u'llah is going to move to that mansion. And as you know, Akka in those days did not have any public lighting. The whole area was in the dark at night, absolutely dark. But some Baha'is of India had sent to Baha'u'llah a very unusually large lamp, oil lamp, oil, the wick, the oil. And this lamp was brought into the mansion, and it was put in the hall, and you could see it from distance, a light shining in the mansion. So now this is the background to it. So one day Baha'u'llah was to go and move to this mansion. And my father and Nabil, both of them, were living in a little room in one of the streets of Akka. The street of Akka, called the Souq Abiyaz, means the white market. And when you live in that place, they had a window which was overlooking the road. And the only way that someone can come from the house of Abud to go through the gate and go out of Akka is to pass in front of that house. And so they were standing behind the window, waiting just for a time that Baha'u'llah would be passing in front of their house, in front of their room. And they waited and waited until near sunset, before sunset. And then suddenly they saw that Baha'u'llah was then riding a donkey. It was very custom. This was the only way in those days. It was not the carriage, just a donkey. And behind was Baha'u'llah's servant, about 10 yards behind him. He was riding on his donkey. And the two passed in front of this room. And as soon as it passed and they saw him, Nabil said, "Let us go and follow them." So the two of them came out and they walked behind about 200 yards away, following Baha'u'llah. And when they reached the gates of the city, the guards showed their respects to Baha'u'llah, and he went out, and these two also went out afterwards. And soon it became dark, evidently, and then they could see, eventually they reached the point that they could see the light in the mansion. The ground for their cattle to eat. And one man went up one of these very tall trees, very, very tall. And when he went very, very tall, up to the very top of it, suddenly he slipped a little bit and he fell down. Very high up, and he knew he's going to be killed. There's no question about it, falling from that height. At that moment, in desperation, in a fraction, in all this thing coming in a split second, he turned to God and he said, "If you save me, I'll give all my cattle to you. All that I have," and that's all he had. "All my cattle to you, for you. I don't want them. Please save me." And of course God heard him, and he said, "Okay, we will see what we'll test him." See, God always tests. He, instead of falling down on the ground, he fell on another branch. And he just hardly held himself. But it was, when he looked down, it was again dangerous. But it wasn't as dangerous as before. He was further down. So he again began to pray, "Please save me from here," he said. But he said, "Last time when I was on the top of the tree, I said, I'll give all my cattle to you. I think it's not fair," he said, "that I should give all my cattle to you. Really and truly, I think half of the cattle for you. And after all, I have a wife and family and children. What will you do with all the cattle anyhow? I'll keep half of it, and the other, you save me. I'll keep the half, and then you keep the other half." So God said, "Okay, we let him go down a little bit more." So this time he fell down, and he came down and he landed on another branch, which wasn't at all as high as the previous one. But still, he saw now if he falls down, he's not going to be killed. That's the danger of death is gone. So he said, really, God, I was becoming very sentimental and carried away. I was really carried away. I think this is altogether an unfair situation. I mean, what will you do with me? I have a wife, I have children, I've lived all these years, I've gathered these cattle, and now give you half of it. Really, what will you do with the half? Really, that's unfair. I was carried away, he said, when I was up there. I'll make a deal with you, he said. I'll have all the cattle, and you have all the milk and the cream. So God said, "Okay, that's all right. Fair enough." And he let him drop down to the ground. And when he dropped down to the ground, he said to himself, "What milk? What butter? Oh no, you don't want it. Really, this was all unusual excitement on my part. You don't need it." Now you see, I said the story that now at this time in the history of mankind, we are now on the ground. Our foot is on the ground and we are safe. But a time will come, I can assure you, that we will be on the top. And then we are ready to give everything. And then it may not be just work out for us. This is what happened in Persia. Because the world conditions will really dramatically change. We talked, the world conditions will deteriorate with such speed now that it is going to bring about what Baha'u'llah has foreshadowed, the limbs of mankind to quake. Shoghi Effendi mentions, he says, the cities will burn, the atmosphere of the earth will be contaminated. And he said these are only either accompanying or will herald the coming of that great calamity which mankind must go through. He has written this. So that it is our really work and our privilege now to arise and serve the cause of God. And be sure of His assistance. He'll come to us if our motive is right. Well, I feel that you've had plenty of... you got tired. And we can go out, Mr. Chairman, have a cup of tea, and then we can come back again. But this time I will certainly deal with all the questions that you have written. I have them all in here. All right. Well, I am going to look at something which is... I suddenly thought of a little story, I'll tell you. Because it's a good thing to know how this is to do with this. Because somebody was mentioning to me during the break that gave me to... I felt that people think that to serve the faith, it means that you have to do something very, very big. All the big noises, join the big noise people like myself, for instance, which is not really serving the faith at all in relation to what other people can do. I can tell you that. Talking is nothing to do with the faith, with serving the faith. It could do something, but I feel that we must not think that to serve the faith you have to be responsible for a certain function, or you must be a person who yes, is a member of an assembly or a national assembly or a board member or anything like that. This has nothing to do with service to the faith. And another thing that I want to mention is that how much in the next life we will be amazed to find out that so many unknown people in this life, unknown in the way of public, not being in the public attention or in public eye, who will have such an exalted station in the spiritual worlds of God. And how many people like me who will be completely lost. Now, you know, this is true. This is really true. We must not ever attach importance to this, the people having a position, because nobody, as I said, has a station in this faith, really. We are all having a function. Yes, we have sacred functions. But this function is given, and God help the person who has been given a function. If he doesn't do his function well, it's much better if he was not given this function. You know, because service to the cause is when you make a cup of tea in your home with the love in your heart that you want the people to come into your home so that they could hear about the faith. That service, if it is done with the purity of motive, which is you do it for the love of God and for the love of Baha'u'llah and for the love of the people, that's much more meritorious than anything else, because God does not want from us more than we can do. But He wants us to do our best. It doesn't matter what we do. And in fact, the simpler one is, the better it is. The simple heart, the simple person, We have lost, I think, our simplicity in this modern civilization. If a soul is simple, God loves that simple soul. Always the simple soul has got he is the one who is going to benefit, and he'll receive all the rewards, because there's nothing worse than becoming sophisticated with modern way of life. And this modern way of life has really destroyed, most peoples of the world have been destroyed as a result of this modern civilization, which is eventually going to be destroyed and perished. The civilization that we have, it's a tottering civilization that Shoghi Effendi refers to it. So that, we must not pay attention to these outward appearances of peoples and what they do. What is important to God is the heart of person and how you feel, and what little you think, what little you do, which is the best you can do, is much more meritorious in His sight than all the big things other people do and the big projects other people have and all the things they do, if it is not done to the best of their knowledge and ability. Now, the story which came to me is a stories. I'll tell you two similar stories really. One is for during this period of Shoghi Effendi. I knew a man who was called Charles Dunning. I don't think any of you had met him. He was an Englishman. He was a man from Yorkshire. Some of you could read his account of his life in the Bahá'í World, one of the volumes of the Bahá'í World, in a memoriam. He was illiterate. He hardly could write his name. He was if you looked at him, I don't want to describe it, what it was like physically. This man had such a pure heart and so frank, and none of these conventions that we are familiar with, none of these conventions he ever understood or carried it out. And yet he was the beloved of Shoghi Effendi. Shoghi Effendi loved him so much, and he showered so much love upon him. Someone arranged for him to go. He was one of the Knights of Baha'u'llah. He went to the islands, the Orkney Islands, in the north of Scotland. And he taught the faith. He left behind him so much memories. But he was very frank, and the language wasn't what you would expect from a Baha'i sometimes. But this didn't mean anything, because the language which came out of him was purely from a very pure heart. When he went to see Shoghi Effendi, when he went on pilgrimage, I'll just give you an example of the language. Shoghi Effendi so much loved this person, and he always made him to sit at his right hand side at the table. He used to call Shoghi Effendi, who said, "Guardian, this is not right," he said. This is how he would talk to the guardian. "What you said is not right." He just had this. And once Shoghi Effendi said to him, "I have given some more plans to the British Baha'is. They are not going to like it." He said, "You are talking rubbish." Now, this is the man. He didn't say rubbish. There was a slang which means rubbish. He says bunkum. Bunkum, guardian. And he didn't understand what bunkum means, and it meant rubbish. You're talking rubbish. Now I think, but now the love that Shoghi Effendi had for him had no bounds really. And he was such a simple man that he used to sign his name. He could only write his name, Charles Dunning. He would write down there KB after his name, means Knight of Baha'u'llah. The British people who are knighted, they are usually called KBE. They write down after name. These are the titles. And he always used to write his name, Charles Dunning KB. Well, it was always the same thing. Abdul Baha had so many disciples who were like this, and he loved them. There was a believer, now this is a believer, I never found his name. And we were told the story many times, but I failed to get the name from my father when he was telling us the story. But this person remains unnamed. But he was telling us the story that, when people went to see Baha'u'llah, usually you wrote, you said you're coming, you got permission, you then would arrive in Akka. Then the master, Abdul Baha, would arrange for you to stay in the pilgrim house for a few days, to rest, to settle down, to look at your clothes, to see if you had sufficient means. And then they would arrange for you to come into the presence of Baha'u'llah. But this man didn't know any of these things. He was such a simple soul. He started to travel from Yazd. He began the journey, and he walked all the way. He had nothing but a little bag on his shoulder. He was an elderly man, and he was going to see Baha'u'llah. He wanted to see his Lord. And he came to Akka. Eventually, somehow he found his way, and he began to ask people where he can see the house of Baha'u'llah is. And they showed him the house. So he comes in, and he finds there are some stairs. He goes up the stairs. There was nobody around at the time, but then he hears a lot of people in a room. Baha'u'llah was in this room. He just goes near the door. He puts his head through the door, looks around, and he says, "Which one of you are Baha'u'llah?" This Baha'u'llah. And Baha'u'llah embraces him, showers so much love upon him. And then he says, "Bring tea for him." He says, no, that's trouble. Don't get into trouble. And after a few minutes, after an hour sitting there, he says, "Well, I think I better go, and not to cause any more difficult troubles, I'll go." This is how, nobody would ever leave the presence of Baha'u'llah unless he would dismiss them, This is how it was. But this man was a simple soul. And this is what matters, really. Simplicity in our soul and in our heart. And that cup of tea that you make with love and with simple heart and with devotion, that is much more fruitful than all the things some others may do in the faith. Well, now there are some questions here. Somebody says, is this person who is your wife is not with you, right? What? She'll be here. Oh, you're taping it? Yeah. All right. This is a question. He says, could you speak on the process of the lesser peace, the emergence of the faith from obscurity, and the completion of the ark on Mount Carmel, and how these are related? This is quite a vast thing. She wants to know everything. She really wants to know everything. Well, I chose this question because it's a good question, and it will probably give us a little picture of the faith in the future. This is more or less the subject that we were discussing at the Dublin conference, international conference, that from the writings, and I have heard this is Pilgrim's Notes, but I have compared this Pilgrim Notes with the writings of Shoghi Effendi, and I found out that almost everything that is in this Pilgrim Notes, they are recorded in various parts of Shoghi Effendi's writings, and if you put them together, it'll tally with what Shoghi Effendi had said to this believer. There's only one or two things that I could not identify in the writings. And that is that, first of all, the lesser peace. As you know, the lesser peace, and this is not part of the Pilgrim Notes, I'll come back to it later. As you know, the lesser peace is a political peace. Baha'u'llah has said to Queen Victoria that if you, now that you have rejected the most great peace, which is a spiritual establishment of his world order in the world, now that you have rejected it, at least you should adhere and bring about a lesser peace, so that wars could be abolished. Now you see, we were talking yesterday about the creativity of the word. Because Baha'u'llah said this, we shall have a lesser peace. And if we don't want to have a lesser peace, we will be forced to have a lesser peace. You see now how the word of God is effective? We will be forced. Because man will come eventually to a point of recognizing that if he takes one more step, the whole world is going to be destroyed. And he says, that's enough. So the lesser peace will come. It will come at a point that mankind has really exhausted itself. And then he has no choice but to accept what Baha'u'llah has said. Now, those of you who were here, I was talking the story of the egg. You remember? The egg and the opening of the egg. The cause of God is now, the institutions of the faith now are in obscurity. I'm talking of the institutions of the faith. People do not know what our institutions are for. No matter how much you try to explain what is a local spiritual assembly doing, the generality of mankind does not appreciate it. In fact, we ourselves, as we were talking yesterday, may not appreciate it fully, of what the significance and the importance of these institutions are, that these are going to be one day the basis of the government for mankind. I'm not saying it's going to be necessarily the government, but they are going to have a great share. Who knows how they will develop and what they will do, these houses of justice. No one can say how these houses of justice will fit in to the running of the world, the management of the affairs of the world, how our national assemblies will fit into it, how the governments will fit into it, how we cannot say these things. Nobody can ever foresee how these things will emerge. And the only way that Shoghi Effendi has described it to us, when they asked him, tell us what the unfoldment of the administrative order is going to be like, how will it shape up? He says two things will enable us to understand the unfoldment of the administrative order of Baha'u'llah and the emergence of his world order. Two things. One, he said, is the passage of time. You have to wait, in other words. And the other is the guidance of the House of Justice. Now this is exactly the same in nature. If you, as I said, everything we have in the faith, you can trace it to nature. Now in nature, you will find that anything which has an organic growth, say for instance a tree, example of a tree. The tree, once you plant the seed, you cannot ever say what this tree is going to be like until you give it time. Passage of time will tell you what this tree is going to look like, how big it's going to be, how many branches will it have. And the other thing, this is one element, the passage of time. And the other one is the laws of nature, which must be allowed to run through this whole process, to run this process of growth and development. The laws of nature must be allowed to work through this tree. And through these two elements, we can know what this tree is going to be like. Exactly the same thing here is with the development of the administrative order. Two things, the passage of time and the guidance of the Universal House of Justice for centuries maybe to come. Then we know what the world order of Baha'u'llah is like, how it will manage the affairs of the world, how it will run the affairs of the world, how all these institutions will come together to form a complete, a coherent system which will govern mankind. But at the moment, the faith is the institutions of the faith, local and national and international. They are in obscurity, and mankind does not know what they are for. Now, the time appears from the writings. It appears from the writings. That when Baha'u'llah says that when the limbs of mankind have quaked, when it has really trembled, when the old order has been crumbled down, he says, then and only then, you see, these are his own words, then and only then will the divine standard be unfurled. In other words, then and only then people will recognize what we are saying and what we are having, what we are building. They are going to see, just like when the egg breaks up and opens up, you're going to see the new life emerging. And then people can see a new life. But that new life is just born. The institutions just have emerged. Nobody can say that once a child is born, he can immediately manage, he can immediately act as a grown-up person. You have to wait time for it to grow. Centuries has to wait, maybe. When the world order of Baha'u'llah, when the institutions of the faith emerge, in the words of Shoghi Effendi, the evolvement, he says, the evolvement, you see in one of his letters, the evolvement of local and national institutions, when that takes place, and he mentions when it will take place. I will talk to you about it now in a minute. The evolvement of Baha'i local and national institutions of the faith. It is just an emergency. Just people will see it. They can see what potentialities there are in it. But it cannot immediately take over now the affairs of the world and begin to rule the world. The institutions of the faith cannot do that. We have to have an interim form of government in the world, which would then, from the lesser peace onwards, could then manage the affairs of the world until such time that the world order of Baha'u'llah can then come in and take over gradually as time goes on. Now, Shoghi Effendi has given us a timing for this. In one of his letters he mentions that when the buildings on Mount Carmel, the building of the Ark, are completed and the world center of the faith begins to function, and which is quite a long way to go yet by the look of things. We have to build up more buildings, 3 more buildings, as you know. There are 2 buildings already built on the Ark, the Archives building and the building of the House of Justice around the Ark. But there should be 3 other buildings. One is for the study of the writings, which I understand will be built between the Archives and the House of Justice. And then the other 2 buildings, the International Teaching Center and the Public Library and the General Library, International Library. These 5 buildings then completed, and then the beautification of the gardens, the terraces to be made, the functioning of the world center of the faith, when they all begin to function. Shoghi Effendi says it will coincide with 2 things. One is the emergence of the lesser peace, and one is, as he puts it, the evolvement of both local and national institutions of the faith. Now, it is then that peoples of the world are able to at least appreciate, to some extent, what these institutions can do for the future of mankind. But as I said, it will take a long time for the world order of Baha'u'llah to come into being. Now, from here on, I'm going to describe this story of this pilgrim's note. And you must take, but as most of these points that I'm mentioning, or you can find it in the writings of Shoghi Effendi, here and there, put them together. You know that, now I'm not yet talking about that pilgrim's note. Let me give you a little bit more background to it. You know that the teachings of God, the social teachings of Baha'u'llah in this age, are such that the generality of mankind without being Baha'is, can and will put them into operation without knowing where they come from. This is the spirit of the age. And when this lesser peace is coming, Shoghi Effendi has said in this pilgrim's note again, which I haven't been able to identify, maybe our friend Ted can tell us if he's found anything, which he says that the lesser peace and the maturity of mankind are one and the same thing. The coming age of humanity, which Baha'u'llah refers to in his writings, and the lesser peace are one and the same thing. Now, I don't know. I haven't been able to find it in the writings, but this is the pilgrim's note. But from the signs, if you look at the signs of the coming of age of humanity, which Baha'u'llah has given us signs for it, you can believe this. You can accept this. Because Baha'u'llah have said in some of his tablets about the coming of age of humanity, a time that humanity will come of age, like a man who becomes 21. And he has given us 3 signs for it, Baha'u'llah. Now this is in the writings. One is the establishment of a universal language. So you see, this is not very far away. It's not something which you can say it's going to be hundreds of years, but it is something which is round the corner, you can say. Because the man is needing it more and more. The other sign is that kingship, the institution of kingship, will be such a discredited institution. It will be so discredited that people do not want to take on the burden of kingship, if you offer it to them even. Well, this has happened already. The discrediting of the institution of kingship. Kingship. Now, it does not mean that we Baha'is believe that there should be no kingship in the faith, in the future. In fact, this is one of the teachings of Baha'u'llah. He says God would prefer, God likes to see a system of kingship coming into being, rather than a system by which you have presidents. Because, he says, kingship is a sign, it projects the majesty of God. If it wasn't for kingship, you wouldn't have the word majesty. And you would not know what majesty is. And you would not know what the majesty of God is. And Baha'u'llah says we do not want people to be deprived of this. But this will be a democratic, or what not democratic, constitutional kingship. Something which is very different from the kings which existed at the time of Baha'u'llah. Constitutional kingship. Who knows? I have again heard this. I don't like to repeat Pilgrim's Notes. But we have heard that Shoghi Effendi has said every country in the world will have a king, including the United States of America. So watch for yourselves here. Now, the institution of kingship, whatever happens, will become eventually part of the world order of Baha'u'llah, because you cannot have anything in the future but the world order of Baha'u'llah, which will have a system, which will be a system by which the whole world will combine all its resources and its institutions together, and how they will merge we do not know. So now, the second sign, as I said, that Baha'u'llah gives for the coming of age of humanity is that the institution of kingship will be discredited so much that people do not want to take the burden on. This has happened. And the third sign, which also has happened and has taken place already, on a smaller scale, but anyhow it has taken place, is that the alchemy, he says, will become an achieved, alchemy will be achieved. That is the transmutation of copper into gold, of any metal, the transmutation, the changing of elements. Well, now this has already taken place in the atomic laboratories, and you can do this through the process of processes of the atomic physics. But it is so expensive that if you change them, it's going to be very expensive. I read some time ago in the newspapers, years ago, that that one of the nation's Russians have said that they can produce gold, or they will produce gold, which would be cheaper than what is on the market. Now, again, this is an indication, this alchemy. By the way, when alchemy has been one of those things that all the early men of knowledge and science of those days, from the early days of Islam, they have been working on it. Many people. Actually, the word alchemy, the word chemist, is an Arabic word. Alchemy, kimia. It's from kimia, which is an Arabic word. And but during Baha'u'llah's lifetime also, many of his disciples during his lifetime were involving themselves in this act of producing, of testing and experimenting. And Baha'u'llah stopped them. He said, this is not the time for it. He told him to stop this. And he said, when the time comes, it will be discovered. And he said, when it will be discovered, we have a tablet of Baha'u'llah which is very striking. He says, when it is discovered, mankind will discover a force which can destroy the whole world. And he prays that God will not, and this is, as I said, associated with the discovery of the atomic energy. So now, you see, these are the signs of the coming of age of humanity. And in this pilgrim's note, we heard Shoghi Effendi said that the lesser peace and the coming of age of humanity is the same thing, which from the signs that I mentioned to you, it's very likely. Now, all the other things that he has spoken about it is very beautiful, and you can find it in the writings. He says you can divide, he says you can, in order to study the progress of the world in the future, you can first divorce the faith from it, and let us examine the non-Baha'i world after the lesser peace to see what processes and what stages it will go through, the non-Baha'i world. First of all the social teachings of Baha'u'llah. Now forget about the Baha'i faith and the influence of the Baha'i faith. Forget about that. But look at the non-Baha'i world. Let us have the branch of humanity, which is non-Baha'i branch. The non-Baha'i branch will go through so many stages of development and progress, using all the social teachings of Baha'u'llah, such as equality of men and women, establishment of a universal language, establishment of a world government, the making of one weight currency and measures, the federation of nations. All of these things will take place, the social teachings of Baha'u'llah. Education for all, the tapping of the resources of the world equitably. And these things will happen without necessarily knowing that these are from Baha'u'llah. But these are the social teachings which will be carried out. And as a result of it, he says, a great blessing will come upon mankind. The wars are abolished, and the blessing which will bring with it is that of social and economic and scientific developments that mankind will make, in such a way that the planet will become like one country, literally, like a federation of nations. Like here in the United States, you have federations of nations, of states, but really they are one country. And this will become the world, and that we become so used to mixing together and rubbing shoulders with all kinds of peoples of all nationalities and peoples, that it's just like living in one country from the point of view of social and economic and other developments. Now then he says that looking in this branch of humanity, which is now devoid of the faith, and the faith has nothing to do with it at the moment, directly, he says that religions lose their influence more and more. And they cannot influence humanity. The soul of people will be starving for spiritual food. Although they are progressing socially, economically, politically, but spiritually, they will be in starvation, a spiritual starvation. And therefore, there would be a great deal of delinquency, maybe. People have plenty of things to, plenty pleasures and plenty of food, plenty of comfort, security, and this will bring about, and the starvation of spiritual food, it's a terrible effect on the soul of man. The soul of man will be in a very depressed position in this particular branch of humanity. And then he says, now let us look at the faith and what the faith does. The other branch will go through stages. These are all written down by Shoghi Effendi now. You know, these things that I'm saying, it's not really Pilgrim's Notes. As I said, these are all can be verified in the writings. It says the faith will go through different stages. The first is the stage of obscurity. And we are in obscurity in some parts of the world. But in some countries, of course, we are not in obscurity. It doesn't come together at the same time all over the world. One country, for instance, Persia, came out of obscurity in the first year of the coming of the Bab. The faith is not in obscurity. Everyone knows what the faith is. They all know it's part of their language, it's part of their vocabulary. And then after that stage of obscurity, it will become emancipated and from the religious orthodoxy. And then it will become known as a world religion. It will emerge as a world religion. And then it will grow through these stages, which we don't want to go into all in details, but eventually it comes to a point where in a country, the majority of the people in a country become Baha'i. And that is the stage of sovereignty for the faith. And this lady who was the pilgrim asked, what is majority? And Shoghi Effendi said 51%. When majority of the people of a country become Baha'i, then then the Baha'i government comes into being in that country. And the laws of Baha'u'llah can function. The laws of the Kitab-i-Aqdas then can function. And Shoghi Effendi had said in this particular note that it is expected of the minority then to obey the government of the majority in the same way that we now obey the governments we live in under. But of course, the Baha'i government will honor the religious aspirations of the people and will give them every freedom to exercise their religious laws and teachings. And then if you go further in this particular branch of the Baha'i branch, you will find that more governments will become Baha'i governments, one after the other. I mentioned yesterday that really and truly you people should aim at making this country the first Baha'i government. And really we must not think at it in a unbelieving way, but rather believing that they will come, that we will have Baha'i governments. Now then you will have the second Baha'i government and the third Baha'i government and so on and so forth. But then you see humanity is one. You can't divide it into two branches. Although we said for the sake of studying, we are having one branch, we call it non-Baha'i, and one branch we call it Baha'i, but humanity is one. And so more and more of these two processes will merge together as time goes on, merging together. People become Baha'i. Baha'i states come into being until such time that the majority of the nations in the world become Baha'i. It is then that these two processes that we have been analyzing in this way, these two processes completely merge together and meet together at the top. And he says as a result of this merging together, a child will be born. And that is the child of Baha'i civilization. And he says that is synonymous with the establishment of the most great peace. And it is synonymous with the birth of the world order of Baha'u'llah. And it is synonymous with the establishment of the kingdom of God on earth. And mankind will celebrate that day in the name of Baha'u'llah, the Father, who has brought this kingdom. And then that child of Baha'i civilization which is born will takes ages and centuries and thousands and thousands of years, 500,000 years, for the manifestations of God to come and enable that child of Baha'i civilization to grow into perfection, just like a child grows into an adult. And how the emphasis will be on nobility of man. That man will become noble. Now this is the vision of the future for us Baha'is. Now we are in the darkest period of the history of man, the darkest period, and it's closing in on us. closing in on us day by day, and coming to the point of completely sundering everything which belongs to the old days, the old order. We talked about it yesterday, how much we Baha'is should be confident, absolutely confident, that we are going to be here to bring the message of Baha'u'llah to masses of peoples after the destruction of the world and all that is therein. This is our function. This is why He has created us. We are created for this purpose. The world, the peoples of the world do not know.
Mr. Taherzádeh, when does the universal persecution, the worldwide persecution that Abdul Baha describes, where?
Okay. All right. All right. We cannot now. All right. We cannot now ever doubt the power of Baha'u'llah, which is invested in his institutions, the power which he has got in it. Just as much as yesterday we were talking about the new life which comes out of the egg. The chicken coming out of the egg is the only thing which has got the power to stand on its own feet and to become the living organ of a new world. We must have faith in this. And we must prepare ourselves for the day that we are going to be there to bring great numbers into the faith. As Shoghi Effendi says, these institutions we are building becomes beacons of light to guide humanity at the time of its greatest peril. We are not worried about ourselves as to try to, we must never think of ourselves, oh, I want to protect myself. Well, you're all right, you will be protected. I can assure you will be protected. Well, if you want to take any actions, do. Nobody will stop you. But you know, a time will come that we will be guided when the guidance is needed. We will be guided as what to do. We will be guided by the House of Justice. And if they are not in contact with us, because communications will be cut off, time will come that we will not be able to communicate with them. Our institutions today, which are very weak, and we were talking about them yesterday, these very weak and insignificant institutions, which we think they are insignificant outwardly, these institutions will be so inspired, our national assemblies will be so inspired as to tell the friends what to do, where to go to protect themselves. It will come. This is already happening in some countries where there is a great deal of wars and dangers facing people. These institutions will be guided by Baha'u'llah, because there is the spirit of life in them. The spirit of the cause is within them. It's pulsating within them. Although they may be weak. Yesterday, you remember we talked of the ministry of Baha'u'llah during the years that he lived in that mansion. Almost half of his ministry in Akka was spent in this building. It's really the climax of his revelation when God really ascended upon his throne. This is a throne in some of his writings referred to, is the throne of the there is this building, the throne of God. And in the traditions it's very clear that when God sits on his throne, all the messengers and the concourse on high circumambulate it. You can see in the writings too. Well, these two people wanted to circumambulate now this throne of their Lord. And when they went close to near the mansion, near the walls of the mansion, they found that 4 sides of the mansion is packed with people. Now they were not imagining things. They were not psychic people. They were very clear-headed. And they of course knew there's nobody from Akkad. There's not one soul has left Akkad at the time. There's nobody. It was none of these people. 4 sides. And they were filled with such awe. You can imagine the awe of that particular occasion must have been tremendous. That they couldn't go close. And they realized that to them this is really what their outer eyes could see. It was nothing but the souls of the manifestations of God and the concourse on high, circumambulating the throne of their Lord. And so they went back, and then they circumambulated from long distance away in great awe and wonder, of having seen this. And he says that our shoes were filled with mud, and the whole area was wet, and all the mud that they went through. And then they quickly left for Akka. And they arrived just in time that they were closing the doors, the gates of the city. But they managed to get in. Now there is a custom amongst the people of the East that when something very, very important happens, they won't sleep that night. For instance, when you look at the passing of Baha'u'llah, when Baha'u'llah passed away, the friends don't sleep that night. They stay up in his memory and they say prayers. The same thing happens to the time of Abdul Baha passing. Now, Nabil said to my father, he said, tonight we must not sleep. We must stay awake. And Nabil was a man who used to drink a lot of tea. And he said to my father, he said, you make tea and I will write poems about this whole episode. And so that night, Nabil wrote the whole story of this in poetry. Many of Nabil's notes, Nabil, the historian of the faith, many of his notes are in poetry. You must not think that the first section of the Dawnbreakers, which Shoghi Effendi has edited for us, is exactly what Nabil has written it in this form. This is edited by Shoghi Effendi. Some of these notes are in different forms. He had put them together and produced it. And the rest of his memoirs and notes, which deal with the history of Baha'u'llah, which are not published yet, they are also, some of them, in this form. So that night he wrote this, the whole story of what had happened. And in the morning, the two of them sent to Baha'u'llah this poem of Nabil. And they also sent him, in those days it was customary for the believers to send gifts to Baha'u'llah. Just like you give a box of chocolates now. In those days, the very popular thing was a sugar cone. You may not have seen what a sugar cone is like. In those days, sugar were made in the form of a cone, big cones, and then you break them for your tea and other uses. So they sent 2 of these as a gift to Baha'u'llah. And Baha'u'llah wrote a tablet. We don't have this tablet because maybe this was with Nabil's things. We haven't found it yet. And in this tablet, Baha'u'llah accepts their pilgrimage at a time that all the concourse on high were circumambulating the throne of their Lord. And he gives a new name to each one of them. Now, as I said, don't go along and tell the stories because it's bound to become it'll change in his character. I've heard people saying this because Shoghi Effendi used to tell this story to some of the pilgrims. And the pilgrims would come and say this story to an audience like this. And then I have heard myself that some other people have been saying this story, and then you say, how did he hear it? He heard it 2 or 3 steps away, which meant that it was so changed that it had a bare resemblance to what I was telling you now. So here we are. You asked me to tell you the story. Now I feel that we better deal with some of these questions which are in here. Or what would you like me to do? Anybody has a question now? Yeah?
As you know,
The what? To do what? I don't know. Maybe they do. Yes? Yes? Well, that's, all these things, I suppose we are free to think in these terms if you want to do that. I don't know some of the answers, really. Well, let me... Yes?
Would you please speak to us a little bit about fear of God?
Oh, fear of God. Gosh, you're all going to be frightened, huh? No. I think it's a good point. Actually, somebody has asked this question. Baha'u'llah has mentioned in many of his writings that the fear of God is what we have to, all of us, feel. And that he says, not until you have that fear of God in your hearts will you be able to progress. Now, you can read in the gleanings. I don't have it in here. In fact, if you had the gleanings here, we could find it for you and read it, those passages. But anyhow, we can read it later on, maybe. You can read it later on at some stage. He says this is the way in which man can progress spiritually. Now, we must remember here that fear of God. God is loving. God is just. God is full of bounties. Now, why can we fear him? How should we fear him? First of all, let me mention this, because I said God has bounties and has justice. Do you know that it is through the bounty of God that we have come into being, not through his justice? It's a very important point to remember. It's not through the justice of God that man is created. And it is not also through the justice of God that divine revelations are sent. It's through the bounty of God. Now, Baha'u'llah has mentioned that if ever the justice of God comes into being, the whole creation will cease to exist. You see now? I'll explain to you. If you have got some money in your pocket, and if you go to a shop, it is only just that the shopkeeper should give you something equal to your money. It's justice. You give him the money, he gives you the goods. This is justice. But what would you do if you went to a shop and you had no money at all, and the man gave you a lot of things? This is not justice. This is bounty. Now, Baha'u'llah says, look at yourself and see what you are. He says, you are a handful of dust. You're made from the dust. And the dust is the most worthless things you can find in this creation. It's the lowest kingdom. You're made of dust. And he says, you had nothing. And he says, look what I gave you. I gave you the most precious entity in creation, and that is the soul. But you had nothing. So you see, creation comes into being purely through the bounty of God. If it was through its justice, we did not deserve anything, because we were dust. You see? This is a very significant point that he mentions. So the bounties of God is the cause of progress and development spiritually. if ever the justice comes into being, as he says, the creation will not exist, cannot exist. Disintegrates immediately, finishes. Now God, therefore, through his creation, he has brought about his bounties for us. And I mentioned yesterday how the forgiveness of God, that how much the forgiveness of God plays a role in life, not in this life, but also in the next life. That is to say that through his forgiveness, all people will progress. Every person will progress in the spiritual worlds of God. We do not believe in eternal damnation. Every soul will grow. Even those who have had a terrible life here, who knows how God will deal with them? We don't know. We cannot here judge and say, oh no, this man is going to be treated this way or that way. Who knows? Baha'u'llah mentions one of his greatest enemies, who was the ambassador, Turkish ambassador, the Persian ambassador in Turkey, who was a great enemy of Baha'u'llah, who did so much to hurt him. Baha'u'llah says God may forgive him because one of his relatives is a believer. You see? Who knows how God acts? So that there is no limit to God's love and mercy and forgiveness. But now let us examine fear of God. Fear comes to us when we are not able to cope with the situation. Now, isn't that right? Now, I'll give you an example of this. Say you are working in your office, or you're a student in a school. If you're a student, if you have not done your work in school, when the day of examination comes, you will be filled with fear. Not that the teacher frightens you, but that you are fearful because of your inadequacy, that you haven't done what you are supposed to do. If your boss, if your superior, or whoever you work for asks you to do something and you don't do it, you are filled with fear. This is how fear comes to us. It's because we are inadequate. We haven't done our job. Now let us put ourselves in position of coming face to face in the next life with God or whatever it is. I'm sure we won't see the essence of God, but shall we say with the manifestation of God, with Baha'u'llah, face to face with him. Now I can have two conditions. Either I'm satisfied that everything he has asked me to do, I have done it absolute perfection, so I have no fear. Right? Now, that's the answer to it. Or, if I haven't done anything at all, I would be very fearful. There is another alternative if I'm not fearful. Maybe I'm not fearful because I don't think these things will happen in the next life. Maybe Baha'u'llah will never come face to face to me. Maybe he never asked me why did he do this or that. But this is not true. We know that we will have to give account of everything. You see, Baha'u'llah mentions that. He says, keep your account every day before you are asked to give your account before God. So fear comes not because God is a fearful figure, that you are frightened of him. But fear comes to us because we are inadequate. We look at our shortcomings. And then when you are going to really face him, when you really realize, now this is the time, now I'm going to face him, the fear of God is engendered in one's heart. This is really what it is, the fear of God. It's because we are conscious of our shortcomings. And then when you realize that what you had to do. Now I tell you, I had once an experience, and I'll share it with you. It's a personal experience, but I share it with you. You know how it is every time we have a problem in life, personal problem or any problem, we immediately go to God and pray to Him? As soon as you have a problem, you just take the prayer book and you sit down and you pray, the remover of difficulties and all the others that we are familiar with. Well, one day I was doing the same thing. And suddenly, now I can tell you there, really and truly, suddenly I saw Baha'u'llah as if I saw him in front of my eyes saying to me something. And you know what he said to me? Quite frankly, I got it very clear. He said, "Shame on you." This is what he said. Shame on you. Every time you have a problem, you come to me. Really? But did you ever come once to me and say, "Oh, please, help me to teach your faith, help me to serve your faith. I am longing to do something for you"? No. You only come to me when you have a problem. Shame. Now, I really stopped praying. I just stopped it. Couldn't say anything. And it came to me like a thunderbolt. Now, it's like this. And it became very clear that it was like this, that you have a very good friend. Say you have a very, very good friend, one of your best friends, a very influential friend, a very best friend that you have, that you give your life for him. And he lives, say, in another country. And he writes to you and he says, "Look, I want you to do something for me in here. I can't be in your country, but I want you to go to this shop and buy this and that for me." What would you do as soon as he writes to you? You immediately go and get it for him. He says, "You are the only one who can do it. Go and get it for me." But what happens if I don't do it? I won't do it today, I won't do it tomorrow, I won't do it the next month, and the next month, and the next month, and the next year. I will never go to get this thing that my friend wants me to get for him. But then every time I need something, I'll go to him. And I expect him immediately to answer it. Now you see, this is exactly the situation. So that really when we think and we find that we have so much to do, and this life is so short. So much to do for Baha'u'llah. He has asked us to teach his faith. Now that's what I said, shame on me. That was the answer. I don't do it. And instead I go to him for all my problems. And then, when the real time comes, really, if Baha'u'llah would come and say to you, "What have you done now in your life? Let us examine it. What have you got? What is the result of your whole life? What have you done?" Well, this is where the fear comes. Because one is not adequate. But there is one thing we must remember. Again, remember the forgiveness of God. Once you fear him, yes, then naturally one fear him. One fear that one hasn't done what he is supposed to do. But also remember the bounties, the love of your Lord. Our life is like this glass. You see, this glass of water here. Every service that we render is like a drop of water that you put in this. And at the end of a lifetime, all that you have is the result of your life. Here, you present it. This is what you have. That's what you take with us. That's what we take with us into the next life. We talked about it the first day. Remember, we said we can only take good things into the next life. And all our deeds is like this perfect water that we are taking with us. Drop by drop. We serve today, we serve tomorrow, and this adds together, accumulates together. But a little bit of impurities, then it will make the whole glass to become adulterated. A little bit of self, a little bit of ambition. These are the things will really destroy our services to the faith. There may be a man who has served an awful lot in this life. There have been some people like this. Served enormously, very on a great high scale. But at the end, they did something which destroyed it altogether. And so the cup of water, instead of being pure, it is adulterated. But there is one remedy which we can still have. And this is again a marvelous thing that we have this remedy. Have you seen in chemistry, there are some, if you have something, for instance, colorful, dirty, you just drop one little chemical into it, it'll purifies it, cleanse it immediately. And this is the same thing here in our deeds, in our life. We can cleanse our deeds and our actions with servitude, becoming a servant really, becoming selfless. That is like this chemical which will purify all the wrong things that one has done. And God will come to you then in great measures. This is why Baha'u'llah says, how many a person who has lived a life of service, and at the end, just at the end, when he is going to go, he does something which will ruin his whole life. All his services are gone. And how many a person who has lived a terrible life, and just at the time of his passing, through one deed, through the carrying out of one action, just like this chemical that I say, drop into this water, he will become completely absolved of all the wrong things he had done. And that's why he says, no one knows what his end shall be, and that we should pray for ourselves, that we may end up in with pure deeds and pure thoughts and pure actions. The most important thing is not to serve the faith. The most important thing is to serve the faith with pure motive. If I serve the faith with wrong motive, and there may be some people, I don't know, when one looks upon oneself, one comes across this, that one may be serving for sometimes, or to some extent, for wrong motives. If you serve the faith because, I serve the faith so that I become responsible for this work or that work, and people will pay attention to me, or I'll become an important person, well, this is really dangerous. This is dangerous. I mentioned there's nothing in this life except the station of servitude for us. And servitude is what Abdul Baha says, become like a dust in the pathway of thy loved ones. I remember when I was young, and I was going, my father was in prison at the time, and the speaker or not? Yes, it's okay. I remember that we used to go once a year to a very, very remote village, hidden behind so many mountains, lofty, very high mountains, higher than these mountains here, or almost like these mountains. We had to go maybe 3 days riding on a donkey to get to this little village. And in that village, the whole village was Baha'i. But it was very small, maybe about 20 people in it. It was the same village that in 1955, when there was a wave of persecution against the Baha'is of Iran, it's called Hormozak, 7 people were martyred. Well, we used to go once a year, or at least my father used to go, and when I was a young man, I used to go with him, just to meet with these believers, who were so cut off. And most of these believers were illiterate. They couldn't read or write. They were very beautiful people, very humble, very beautiful, full of the love of Baha'u'llah. But they had no education. And that year, my father was in prison because of the faith, and he sent me a message. He said, now you go on your own. Now at that time, I was just a student in the university, had just come the first year of university, and you know how it is when you go into the university, you become very important. You feel very important and all the rest of it as young persons. And he said, now there is one condition. when you go there, you must never feel yourself superior to these people because you can read and write. You must never sit with them in a disrespectful manner, just with an air of superiority. He gave me a lot of information about that. That we must consider ourselves as dust in the pathway of these loved ones of God. He said, if you can go like this, then go on. And I can tell you, it's a marvelous experience for us to become humble before each other. Because I mentioned yesterday, each one carries with him a sign of Baha'u'llah. And it is when you look into that face, you must see a sign of Baha'u'llah. Because all I can say in my life is that I am related to Baha'u'llah by name. I can't say more than that. I can't say really I am a Baha'i. This is where the fear comes in also. How can I say I'm a Baha'i, really and truly? But I am related by name to him. And that's enough. That's enough to look into the faces of the believers. And then you love them because of Baha'u'llah. And the friends, when they have this devotion to the faith, and they serve the faith just because, with the right motive, then the great powers will come upon us. But if we serve the faith with the wrong motive, I don't know, it's not really what will be, it's not acceptable really. Baha'u'llah mentions that two things are very dear to God. One is the blood of the martyr. Now, the blood of the martyr. Now, why is it that the blood of the martyr is dear to God? It's because you know that the purpose of life in here is that we may become detached from this world and draw nearer to God. This is the purpose of life. But God has given us barriers. There are barriers. There are several barriers that we have to overcome. The barrier between man and God is his attachment. Baha'u'llah says there are three types of attachments. One of them is attachment to this world. We talked about it yesterday a little bit. Attachment to the things of this world. This is one barrier. If we can remove that barrier, then we have two other barriers to overcome. The other barrier, he says, is attachment to the next life and the reward of the next life. And that's a very, very deep subject when you think of it. We don't serve Baha'u'llah. The motive should not be, let me serve Baha'u'llah so that in the next life I have a good position there, you know. And what time is it? You want a cup of tea? Since I've left my job, I've forgotten everything. We serve God not because we are going to be rewarded. But do you know why we serve God? Baha'u'llah mentions it in our daily prayers. You read it every day. The noon prayer. I don't know it in English. In Arabic, when you translate it, it will become, I bear witness, O God, that Thou hast created me to know Thee and to worship Thee. That is the purpose of creation. God has not created us for anything else, but just that we know Him and to worship Him. Do you remember when we were talking about the soul, I was mentioning that the purpose of life is for us, for our soul to bring forth a fruit, a child, and that the only way it can do it is to turn to another force, to another agency, and that the purpose of life is that we turn to Baha'u'llah, that we love Him and worship Him, and as a result of this, the spirit of faith is born in us. So you see, carry out all the teachings of God so that in the next life we can become a very exalted person, great station. Although this will happen, there's no doubt about it. This will come by itself. But to be attached to it, it's a wrong reason for serving the faith. You see how delicate these parts are? And the other barrier which Baha'u'llah says, which John in here pointed out to us, is the kingdom of names, attachment to the kingdom of names, which is really, it boils down being attachment to our own perfections and accomplishments. You become attached to your knowledge. You like yourself because you're a knowledgeable man. You like to be praised because you're a knowledgeable man. This is attachment to the kingdom of names. You love to be praised for other actions that you do. This is another form of barrier. Now these barriers removed, you have a martyr. Because a martyr is a person who becomes detached 100%. When he says, I give my life, what has he done? He has become 100% detached. There is none of us can reach to that point unless you come to that very point of testing, when you are tested at that hour, that moment. If you say so, if you come to that point and then you decide and say, I'll give my life, you become 100% detached. And that is what God loves, more than anything else. Because it's 100%, it's a complete detachment. And this is why Baha'u'llah says, the blood of the martyr is the most precious thing in the sight of God, because you have given up your all in the path of God. And the other thing which is beloved of God, the tears which are shed in fear of God. The tears which are shed in fear of God. And then Baha'u'llah in this tablet, he says, we do not want people to give their lives. We do not want people to give their lives. The world should be such that people don't have to give their lives. And so he said, we have replaced it in this dispensation. We have replaced the blood of the martyr with teaching, with the efforts and the work of a teacher. Teaching the cause of God has the most meritorious of all things in the sight of God. It's the most meritorious. It's not one of the most meritorious, but the most meritorious. Because we talked a great deal about teaching yesterday. Remember, I was saying the purpose of teaching is not just to increase our numbers. Main purpose is not that, but it is to bring a soul to its God. And we talked about it. You remember the force of attraction and all the rest of it we spoke about. You people are in the habit of drinking. Drinking coffee and things, huh? Yes. No, go on, yes. Otherwise.
The book of Certitude, I believe, and I don't have my books now, so I can't remember exactly which book. But it says every man has a conscience, but not every man has a sense of shame. Is this part?
Yes, well, it is not in the Kitab-i-Iran, but it is in one of his tablets, which he quotes in the epistle to the son of the wolf. He quotes it. Yes, he says that he's talking again about the fear of God, really, and the importance of religion. That religion, you see, he says that when you have to carry out a teaching of God, not everybody has this. It's very difficult to translate that word, shame, as you put it, the word shame, from the original language. It means that there are some human beings, but Baha'u'llah says there are not many, who have the sense of shame. If they do something wrong, they feel ashamed of it right away. They feel immediately, they know they have done something wrong, and they'll stop doing it. But he says there are not many people like that. And therefore he says the laws of God are given to us that we may obey them, and that we should bring in here, obedience to the laws of God, and to have the fear. It's like saying, and I'll give you an example of it in daily life. It's like saying that there are some citizens who can live without having a policeman among them. But there are very few such people who can live in peace and tranquility in a town without any policeman. But you need a policeman. That's what Baha'u'llah is trying to tell us. He says we have to have a policeman. We have to have an agency by which men can discipline themselves. This is the purpose of that particular, this is the meaning of that particular thing that you mentioned in the writings. Well, now, I am going to, maybe we can stop sometime, but I'm going to look at some of these questions, which one of the things I love to do is to not answer questions. leave it off, so you must push me to do it for you. Let us see, where are we now? I'll look at the... You know, really, I feel that we are, in this life, we are having so much to do. Time is so short. In every community, as I was saying yesterday, every community in the world now, the time is short. And these opportunities that we have now for deepening and for teaching, because deepening on its own should really bring forth the fruit of teaching. The time will come that we will have not these opportunities. But now the challenge has just come. And if we don't do it, if we don't arise to really respond to the call of teaching, all these questions are good and we must learn it. But I mean, the most important thing in our life is to think every day, am I teaching? And again, I wanted to make it clear, teaching doesn't mean that every day you must go and definitely talk to somebody, although it's a very good thing to do. But it means every day you must be doing something about teaching. It may be you're doing something about one person. It may be doing something about two people in your lives. But that you're doing something all the time to teach the cause of God. Because the opportunities will not come again. And God may give this to someone else to do it instead of us. The conditions of the world are moving very swiftly towards an end of all this comfort and all the peace that we still have in the world. The conditions will dramatically change. And then we may find that the opportunities are lost. But really God has chosen us, and this is a marvelous thing to think that God has chosen us from among 6,000 million peoples of the world, and have told us, like Baha'u'llah, like that friend of ours in that remote country, telling us to go and do certain things for him. He says, I can't do it, you are in there, you must do it for me. And this, I think, this feeling will urge us to go ahead. That we are chosen, really, by God to carry out His work. And it is a great, great privilege. I just wanted to tell you, it came to me a story. I'll tell you, it's a Persian story, which will indicate how much we must thank God that we are chosen today to carry this great responsibility with us. The story is a story of a mother who had 3 children, 3 sons. Do you know that story? Mother who had 3 sons. And she wanted to know which one of them is worthy to become her, to inherit her estates and become the heir in the family. And so he wanted to test his sons. And so he invited, the sons were living in different homes, each one of them having their own lives, and the mother was living alone. And so the mother invited one of the sons to come and stay with her for the night. And she chose a very, very cold night. Snow coming, like maybe in Alaska. Snow all over the place. And that night, she cooked a meal for her son. And she put a lot of salt in it. Very much salty. Full of salt. And she drained all the water from the taps and from everything. So there was no water in the house. And so they ate their food and they went to bed. And they slept. In the middle of night, when the son was fast asleep in this little cozy room, warm, she woke her son up and she said, I am very thirsty. Would you go and get me some water, please? Oh, the son got up and he said, are you really thirsty? He went to this tap, water, to get some water, and there was no water. So he came back and he said, well, there's no water and probably you can carry on till tomorrow morning. Okay, mother said, fine, that's okay. Then the second son did the same thing exactly to her. And the second son came and the mother got up and she said, look, I am very thirsty tonight. Would you give me some water? The boy got up again and she said, are you really thirsty? She went there and she looked at the water and found there was no water. She came back and she slept. She said, there's nothing there. But then, soon afterwards, he himself got thirsty. So he got up and he went out. He found there was no water here. He had to go in this cold weather out into the well to drag some water out of the well. So he went outside and he took some water for himself, drank some water. And he said, well, it's not a bad thing. My mother was thirsty. I bring a cup for her as well. So he brought a cup, woke up her mother and said, there is some water for you. Now, that's the second son. He brought the water. But he brought it with the wrong motive. You know what I mean? The first time that the mother was thirsty, he didn't go out. But when he himself became thirsty, he goes into all the trouble in the cold outside, gets the water, brings it along. He drinks it himself because he was thirsty, and then he gives it to his mother. You see how wrong motive is? And then, of course, you know the third son, what he did, you can imagine. As soon as the mother said, I'm thirsty, he went out, he found there was no water. He said, okay, I'll go outside and I'll get some water for you. And when he came back, he gave the water to his mother. Now that was chosen. That person was chosen to become the heir because he did serve him with the right motive. And this is exactly like us now. We have been chosen, really. And when we do things with the right motive, but then the time will come, I can assure you, the time will come that we will be longing to do service to the cause, to bring great numbers into the faith, and we may not be able to do it. This is what happened in Persia. The believers in Persia are now longing to do something, but they can't. They can't. The doors will be closed. Now, I'll tell you another story, and then we'll go for a little drink. You know that they say there was a man in Persia. Often farmers have to go because there is. This will come only when the faith grows enough to attract opposition from the religious leaders. The religious leaders, Baha'u'llah, Abdul Baha has told us, and Shoghi Effendi has told us, will rise up against the faith in the future. With such vehemence that Shoghi Effendi in one of his letters says it will eclipse, it will become much more than what has already happened in the faith on a worldwide scale, the opposition which will come to the faith of Baha'u'llah. If you use your imagination, really, you can come to see that. Shoghi Effendi mentions that when the faith grows and attracts enough attention to itself, the leaders of churches in the West will rise up against us. Now, this is not what he says. Abdul Baha had said this. Abdul Baha had said that how the world will rise up against the faith. He says that they will come, that the Africans, the Americans, the Europeans, the Turks, the Chinese, they all will rise up against the faith with such vehemence that it's very difficult to explain, he says, at the time. And then he says the believers will arise to defend the faith with such forcefulness, with such faith, with such powers coming to them, such confirmations, that they will certainly establish the ascendancy of the cause and overwhelm those who have arisen to oppose them. And Shoghi Effendi says when the faith will reach a point that people will take notice of it. He has written this letter, a very special letter to the Persian friends. And he says that the time will come that once this happens, the churches in the Western world will rise up against us. And he says, especially the Anglican Church. And then he says it will be followed by the Catholic Church. And he says the Pope himself will stand up and oppose the faith with all his power and authority. Can you imagine what will happen then? All these things. Abdul Baha says he's longing for the day that from the pulpit the clergy denounce the faith. It is the time that great numbers will come into the faith. The more they oppose it, the more the faith will be proclaimed and more people come into it. Look at what has happened. Just we had received some persecutions in Persia, and how much the faith has been proclaimed all over the world, and people have come to at least hear its name and know of its existence and become familiar with its great standards and qualities and teachings. How much more would it be when these great leaders of the world rise up against us? And he says, as they rise up against us, the faith will grow much more. And as the faith grows more, their opposition will get fiercer. And as the opposition gets fiercer, the faith will grow more. And then he says, the faith of Baha'u'llah will really be established by the action of its enemies throughout the world. And he says that the opposition which the clergy will have in the Western world will have its reverberations, and it will respond, it will create again the same sort of persecutions in all the continents of the world. And then he says it will affect the Hindus and the Buddhists, and they will rise up against us, he says. The Hindu leaders of religion and the Buddhists will rise up against the faith with such vehemence that he says it will bring to mind reminiscent of the opposition which the clergy showed to the faith in the earlier days and denounced the faith from the pulpits in Persia. And then he says when the faith reaches the greater and greater ascendancy, the political leaders will rise up against the faith because they see the bankruptcy of their institutions. So you see, they don't do anything until they see that there is a threat. And the threat is when the faith grows. Not until it grows will people oppose it. Who knows when that will be? Depends on our work and the progress of the faith.
Mustn't it be after the earthquake?
I don't know. This is, as I say, it all depends. If in a country now you ignite a fire of, if you, for instance, in Ireland that we are teaching, if great numbers come into the faith, they will come right away and oppose us with tremendous power and authority. Already this has happened when the 10-year crusade started, and some pioneers went to South Pacific. Some of the friends may remember. The great numbers came into the faith in some of these islands. And some of these churches rose up against us with such forcefulness. They drove away some of the pioneers out of the country. They deprived all the members of the faith from all their social benefits. And all these things have happened already, but on a very small scale. Already in Scotland we have had several times the clergy have denounced the faith from the pulpit and in the newspapers with great vehemence. But these are nothing comparing with the time that they become desperate. And then we will see how they will oppose us. Well, friends, it seems to me the time is telling we must go. And I've managed to put one or two questions still unanswered, so we'll see how it will go in the afternoon. Thank you very much indeed. So, you all go for lunch. Well, friends, in this session I promised to talk about some of the questions. Now, there is a question here, it's quite a long one, a lot of aspects about the obligatory prayers, about the long obligatory prayers. And there are some questions asked, 7 or 8 of them. I think some of these questions are things that I could maybe discuss with the person because you cannot really talk about it here. This is all actions and movements and all the rest of it. But I will go through some of the gist of some of the basic points that you have raised here about the long obligatory prayer. As you know, Baha'u'llah in this obligatory prayer mentions that we should say this prayer when we are feeling spiritually uplifted, and in every 24 hours. And he says that when you stand there, before you start it, you should gaze as if awaiting the mercy of your Lord coming to you. In other words, he says, look to the right and look to the left as if you are waiting for the mercy of God to come to you. And now the question is, how do you gaze? Now the answer to this is up to you. Really, it's nothing that we can describe this. This is, you see, the obligatory prayer, as you can see, has some symbolism in it. There are some symbolisms in this. There are symbolic actions that you do, which is, as I mentioned in the first day, the actions are symbolic of our attitude. That when you raise your hands in supplication, this is reinforcing what you're saying by your actions. These actions, for instance, of supplicating, which is to raise your hands upwards towards God, is only a symbolic action. The same thing is with the action of prostrating yourself down on the ground before your God. When you are feeling, you're expressing your humility and utter nothingness to God. And that is why, probably, Baha'u'llah has said that this prayer should be said alone, in the privacy of your own chamber. You cannot say this prayer when there are others around. And that we talked about it, of course, in the first day. Now here again, it's also symbolic of waiting for the mercy of God to come to you, just as you're beginning, as you're standing to say your prayer. I think Baha'u'llah is trying to enable us to concentrate here. It is really a message to, now that you're just going to say your prayers, you are in the presence of your Lord, you are going to be in the presence of your Lord, you must await and expect His mercy and His bounties upon us. And this is what's in our hearts. And this movement, looking to the right and to the left, is just symbolic of our inner attitude. It's no use just to look at to the right and to the left when our inner attitude is not with us. And the inner attitude should be that now I am standing before my God, and I am going to say these passages. And when you read the obligatory prayers, you will see most of the passages are expressing one's impotence, one's ignorance, one's utter nothingness, really, in relation to the greatness and the loftiness of his creator. And then there are occasions that you praise him, you glorify him. You see, these are all the most important aspect of this prayer is the attitude that we have to develop during this period, and to concentrate and to know that we are in front of our God. Some of the friends were not here. We talked a little bit about the obligatory prayers and the importance of it, and we said that Baha'u'llah has mentioned, and Abdul Baha, that if we do not say them, that we can never get close to them. We can never get close to Baha'u'llah. And also how important it was. We discussed this in great detail. So maybe if those of you who are not here, maybe one day somebody can tell you about it. Yes. There is another question here which is worthy of discussion, and it says, can you explain the meaning, the following words that appears in the obligatory prayers. He says, Baha'u'llah says, make my prayer, O my Lord. Or the person says when you're praying, make my prayer, O my Lord, a fountain of living waters, whereby I may live as long as thy sovereignty endures, and may make mention of thee in every world of thy worlds. Now you can, what a beautiful vision Baha'u'llah even is given to us in here. I mentioned again the first day about the soul of man. You remember about the soul, how it comes into being, and how the soul has a beginning, but it has no end. And that the soul will last in all the worlds of God, as long as God exists. Now here we are praying that soul, and also we talked about the soul of men in the next life being graded. There would be different grades. How we talked about this. Now here is really one is asking that this prayer may become a means by which we may progress in the spiritual worlds of God as long as God exists, and make mention of thee in every world of thy worlds. First of all, again, I think we mentioned that the worlds of God is not one, that the spiritual worlds of God are infinite, and there is nothing greater in this life also for a Baha'i, and also in the spiritual worlds of God, than mentioning Him, mentioning the Word of God. You see, the Word of God is the source of our existence. Everything has been created through the influence of the Word of God. It's like the rays of the sun to this life. What this rays of the sun does to all this creation, the Word of God does to man. And in here Baha'u'llah explains to us, and in fact there is an indication that in all the worlds of God, the most potent force which exists, which will enable man to grow, is the influence of the Word of God. In the same way that in this physical life, the most potent force which exists, which enables us to grow, is the rays of the sun. And that these words of God in the next life are similar to the rays of the sun, which enable our souls to grow as a result of it. To make mention is a very important thing. When you read the writings, you make mentioning of your Lord. When you say prayers, you make mentioning of your Lord. When Baha'u'llah says in the hidden words that you must make mention of Him, he says that I'm paraphrasing his words in English, he says that the remedy of all your ills is remembrance of me. Forget it not. Now that remembrance and the mention of God are the same words really in Arabic. You remember God by reading the words, by reading the prayers. This is remembering, mentioning Him. All of this thing really relates to our attitude again of devotion to God. But again, look, there is one thing we must also say here, that every individual believer should read the writings for himself, and you can meditate upon it yourself. The writings of Baha'u'llah are such that every human being can talk about it, can think about it, can meditate upon it, think of it, see what you feel, what you understand of it. At the same time, there are passages which Abdul Baha has explained to us, the authoritative meaning of it. Now his explanation, his interpretation is authentic and is authoritative. But it doesn't stop the believers themselves to read the writing and understand the way you want it. But you must make sure it is not authoritative, and that it is good for yourself, and that we must not try to convert other people to our understanding of a certain passage. You can certainly talk about it, but as long as it is clear that it is your understanding of it. But we are all free to do that, and this is how we develop and how we grow. It's not forbidden that we must not interpret our own understanding of a thing, as long as our interpretation is not against the interpretation of Abdul Baha, if such an interpretation exists, and B, as long as we don't go and propagate it in the community in such a way as to try to bring about an argument amongst the believers, so that somebody says no, it means this, and you say no, it means this, and then there is an argument. In this case, Baha'u'llah says both of them are wrong. It's a marvelous teaching. It's one of the best teachings of Baha'u'llah. Mirza Abul Fazl, the great Baha'i scholar, he has mentioned some of the outstanding teachings of Baha'u'llah, and the first on his list is this, that he says that Baha'u'llah in this day has forbidden people to interpret his writings in an authoritative way. And then he says that he also has told that if people begin to argue amongst themselves about a subject, both parties are wrong. Now he thinks this is a marvelous teaching, and this is true. So that we can also read these words yourself and meditate upon it. Now meditation, somebody asked, we must not confuse this meditation with all these techniques which people have developed in this day and age. There is no technique for meditation in the Baha'i faith. It is entirely up to the individual to read the writings and then to think about it and to try to understand it. There is no such a thing as turning within yourself to find out what you think. But it is something of turning to your God to find out how He might affect your heart. Those of you who were here, we were talking about the knowledge of God which comes to the heart of man. Do you remember that? The first day we talked about it. How knowledge comes through the heart of man. The knowledge of God, and not through your mind. The mind will pick it up afterwards and understand it. But it first comes into your heart. It dawns in your heart, within your heart. And that... I think I mentioned the story the other day about a man who came along and asked me, and he said, I didn't understand this, I don't accept this word of Baha'u'llah. Yes, I think I mentioned that, so I better not to go through these things. I hope that you don't, those who haven't been here, I hope you you won't mind me not saying these things again. So you see, friends, here we find that we have ample room for reading the writings, every individual, and meditating yourself and understanding it. And if you keep on reading the writings, now this is what will happen. If you keep on reading the writings, if you keep on studying the writings, which is also different from reciting the writings in the morning and in the evening. To study the writings and to recite in the morning and in the evening are two different acts. One is designed for having a spiritual food, as we do it. Baha'u'llah has ordained for us, has told us we should read his words, recite his words in the morning and in the evening. This is for the spiritual food, although you learn from it as well. But the study of the writings is different. We have to study it in our own time. We can ask questions, we can discuss it amongst ourselves, just as we are doing now. We are discussing the subject now. But it is not by any means exhaustive. It is only one man's opinion, of one's understanding, and that we should read it ourselves. And if we keep on reading and reading, and today you understand something about these words, but I can assure you after a year's time, if you keep on reading the writings, your understanding of that particular passage will so much mature, and you can understand much more than today, provided we turn our hearts to Baha'u'llah and let his light of his knowledge shine within our hearts. So we see meditation in the faith. There is no system, there is no ways, there is no techniques. We have to read the writings, think about it, but turn always to Baha'u'llah for assistance. When peoples of the world, the people who do not have access to the Word of God in this age, well, you can't blame them. They want to know something, and they constantly turn within themselves. And you know, when you turn within yourself, you can find an awful lot of things which is not right. And so we come out with all kinds of ideas. But when we turn to the writings and we pray and we meditate. Now, if you read something of the writings and you don't understand it, don't rebel against it. We must accept and we must submit, and then eventually the meaning of that thing becomes clear to you. But as long as you submit, the minute you rebel and say, I won't accept that, then the doors are closed. And we never will understand the meaning of something. Now I think that yes, there are Baha'u'llah here in the long obligatory prayer. He says, I know the following refer to Baha'u'llah, but why all these particular words and titles used? I don't think anybody can answer that question. It's only Baha'u'llah who knows why he has used these particular titles. And the word is this. There is a passage again in I don't know the English of the obligatory prayer to recite for you here, but when it refers to Baha'u'llah, and he says that he is the hidden mystery, that's Baha'u'llah being the hidden mystery, the treasured symbol through whom the letters B and E have been joined and knit together. And do we say the words B in the parenthesis? No. We won't say the word B in the parenthesis. We just say the letters B and E, because in the original language it's the same thing. Now I'm sure maybe I better say something about the meaning of these letters B and E and the treasured symbol and the hidden mystery. You see, Baha'u'llah here refers to himself as the hidden mystery, as the treasured symbol, through whom the letters B and E have been joined and knit together. When you join the letters B and E, what will you get? B. Now this is a symbol, this is a call for the creation of all that is on earth and heaven. When God wanted to create, in Islam it is said that when God wanted to create this creation, he uttered one word, and that word, be thou, and then it was. That is how creation came, through the utterance of one word. And in here we say that it is Baha'u'llah. Now Baha'u'llah does not mean Mirza Hussein Ali, the person who appeared in 1850 and he passed away in 1892. Not the person, but the spirit which animated him. The most great spirit, Baha'u'llah says, animated him. In the writings you will find there is a difference in here between Baha'u'llah differentiates between the Holy Spirit of God, which animated all the prophets of the past, and the most great spirit which animated him. You will find that in his writings Baha'u'llah always refers to the most great spirit in this age. And this is an indication of the greatness of this revelation. We cannot again measure these things and say, well, how great it is. But all we can say, it is the closest you can get to God. It's this most great spirit. And it is that most great spirit which has been responsible for the creation of earth and heaven. The letters B and E have been joined together through the instrumentality of that most great spirit. But that most great spirit appeared in the form of a human temple some 100 years ago, for a short period of time. You see now, that most great spirit of God appeared in the form of a human temple. It animated the soul of Baha'u'llah. And it is that which he therefore speaks with the voice of God. And he says, I am God. Baha'u'llah in many of his writings has said this, I am God. It does not refer to his person. It is that voice which says, it is that spirit which says, I am God. And we must remember that in the previous dispensations, the manifestations of the past did not say that. They always gave the glad tidings that one day a day will come, that it will be the day of God, that God will walk upon this earth with his servants. In the Old Testament you can read, there are many passages, in the New Testament, in the Quran particularly, there are many passages about the coming of a day when God himself when man will meet and will come into the presence of God. Now, we said yesterday again, or day before, about the fact that the essence of God is beyond us. The essence of God can have no connection, no relationship with man. It can have no relationship even with the manifestations of God. You see, no manifestation of God has ever understood the essence of God. Because if they do understand, if they have any connection with it, then they will become partners with him. And this is impossible. Baha'u'llah mentions this. He mentions in the Shoghi Effendi has translated this. He says 10,000 prophets as great as Jesus stand dismayed. I'm paraphrasing his word. Stand dismayed at the threshold of thy gate. Dismayed when they hear that my essence thou shalt never understand. Something to this effect Baha'u'llah mentions in some of his tablets. So you see, the essence of God is hidden from all of us. It cannot have any relationship with anything. If you attribute anything to the essence of God, that will cease to be the God in his essence. You cannot say to him, you cannot attribute to the essence of God that he is all loving, that he is the all knowing, that he is the all wise. You cannot do that. Because as soon as you do that, you limit him right away. Baha'u'llah says that in his essence there are no attributes. You can't attribute any attribute to him. There are not divisions that you can say this is his attribute, this is his essence. And this is something that no man, no person, no human being, no manifestation of God can ever comprehend the essence of God. This is why in the same obligatory prayer, if you remember, you say, there is a passage, and also in many other tablets, there is a passage when you say to God, you are praying to God, and you say, exalted art thou. I'm paraphrasing it really. You are so great that my prayer can never ascend to you. You are much more exalted than my prayer reaching you. Of course, the prayer of man can never reach to the essence of God. Baha'u'llah, this is why Baha'u'llah always, when he refers to himself, he is the revealed word of God. This is the thing we can understand and appreciate. And what revealed it was the most great spirit in this age. And this most great spirit, Baha'u'llah, in one of his tablets, says that the Holy Spirit of God, which animated all the prophets, was created by one word of this most great spirit. You know, one of the titles of Baha'u'llah is this, that he is the one who has sent all the messengers. You read this in the tablet of visitation also. In the tablet of visitation of Abdul Baha, you read it, through him all creation came into being and all revelations were sent down. And in here you say it was through him that the letters B and E were joined together, which means that the whole creation came into being. But it is not the person of Baha'u'llah. We must, of course, we are aware of that one. It is that most great spirit which in this day manifested itself. And as I was saying yesterday or day before, in Baha'u'llah, in one of his tablets, mentioned that the purpose, that the reason that God has created us is only so that this revelation may come into being and Baha'u'llah may reveal himself to mankind. Now here we come to see, therefore, that Baha'u'llah refers to himself as the hidden mystery. Now, how can I say what does it mean? If it's a mystery, nobody will understand what it is. The treasured symbol, who can understand what it is? But one thing we understand is that it is the Spirit of God which creates. Again, we should read it and meditate on it. And then it comes a point that you believe it. And then when you believe it, you will understand much more of it. And not until you believe it can you understand much more of it. And when you believe it and understand much more of it, your belief becomes much stronger. And when your belief becomes much stronger, your understanding becomes much stronger. And you understand some things that the previous year you couldn't understand. So everything we acquire is through our belief, through our faith. And this is when the heart opens up. It's just like opening the valve of the heart, step by step. And the more you open it, the more truth comes in, the more realities we can understand.
Mr. Taherzádeh, I know you have a lot of questions there, but I'll put this in a hypothetical sort of situation. Say a non-Baha'i came to you who had been told, you had taught him, that all the manifestations of God are to be regarded as one and the same.
Mm-hmm.
That one is not exalted above the other.
Yes, I would agree with him. Yes?
And then he reads these passages and writings that says Baha'u'llah created them.
No, we won't say that.
They seem to say that.
No, we won't say that. We won't say that. This is why I was saying yesterday that we have to have wisdom in teaching. We would never say to a person who has never heard of the faith before this. You know, it's like you learn things as time goes on. You can never learn everything at one go. And if you do that, you harm everybody. First of all, I can assure you that let me explain this point that we say the manifestations of God are one and the same, and at the same time we say this is much more exalted. Although I will not explain that now to a person who just wants to hear about the faith. I will say to him that they are all the same, and they are all the same. But when you get deeper in the faith, you will understand. You know, when you come across the divine revelation, we know is progressive. And also, life in here, if you look at nature, anything which has an organic growth, It grows from a child into an infant, into a child, into a boy, into a man. This sort of a development you go through. Revelation is the same thing. There was a time that revelation came in a form of as if it was like a child, and it revealed all the qualities in it of a child within that revelation. Now, if you look at the child, this child is now 1 year of age. The next year it becomes 2 years, and then eventually becomes, say, 5 years of age. When he becomes 5 years of age, if you go and see that 5-year-old child, where is that 1-year-old gone? The 1-year-old doesn't exist anymore. The 1-year-old is in that 5-year-old. And then that 5-year becomes 10-year-old. And that 10-year-old, the 5-year doesn't exist, and the 1-year doesn't exist. Now they all appear in the form of a 10-year. It's the same identity. So you are, for example, a person now 20 years of age. But 20 years before, you were a baby. You are the same as the baby 20 years ago. But you are very different from a 20 year ago. So that although your identity is the same, but your powers and qualities are far, far greater. And this is to say the same thing is with the manifestations of God. Christ, Moses, and Baha'u'llah are in these stages. They go through these stages. It's the same reality. But because it manifests itself at different ages, the identity is the same, but the capacities and the possibilities and the powers are far, far greater. You cannot ever compare a man of 21 years of age with a child of 1, although it's the same identity. It's the same person. So that this is one way I say, that you can look at this equality of the manifestations of God, and yet their diversity and their differences. We say the manifestations of God are one and the same, in one sense, and at the same time we say, and the Quran mentions it, Baha'u'llah mentions in the Kitab-e-Iqan, he says, we have exalted some above the others. And this is because of this exaltation is because a child has developed into this growth and become a boy and become a man. Today, today divine revelation with the coming of Baha'u'llah has reached the age, you might say, of maturity. Just like a boy or a little infant has gone through stages until it has come to become 21 years of age. And when you become 21 years of age, for instance, what happens is that you can manifest all your powers within you. Whereas these powers were latent within you when you were a little baby. These powers all existed there. You had legs, you had hands, you had organs, you had brain, but you couldn't use them. They were potential. But now, the idea of coming the age of maturity is that you can use those powers to the fullness. Now, when you explain it in this way, then gradually you must read the writings yourself when you grow as a Baha'i, and then your understanding will widen. Of course we cannot say these things to a person who is not a Baha'i or who wants to investigate the faith. You have to gradually bring him up. It's like trying to say to some person who begins to learn a science or anything at all, you suddenly throw him down the deep end. It's not going to be helpful. You have to gradually bring them up and up and up, step by step. So that this is how the faith grows. Again, I would say that we must read the writings. Read the writings. So that through this, every individual has to understand for himself these things. And that's why I suggested this, I think I did suggest, if I'm not wrong, I suggested that the friends should study the dispensation of Baha'u'llah. And they should study the advent of divine justice, those passages at the end of the book, and read it for themselves. And if you didn't understand it, do not rebel against it. This is a very important point that I mentioned the first day. Do not rebel against it. Submit yourself to it, and then pray about it, and then read again other things. And someday your heart will begin to understand the meaning of all these things that you once were rebelling, or you wanted to rebel against, or you did not understand it. So, that is what I can say about this subject. Yes?
I think Robert's question leads to three more, sort of. Let's see. Number one, were you telling us earlier today, or maybe yesterday, I sort of understood
Well, I don't know. Maybe it is right. I don't fully understand what you said, but I think...
Allah says, I desire not that the cities of men's parts.
Sorry?
I desire not that the cities of men's parts.
Oh, yes, of course, yes, of course. Yes, we said that Baha'u'llah says, your heart is my home, purified for my descent. Yes, this is very true.
Then, second question, I think you straighten out the supreme manifestation as against Baha'u'llah's other things, that all prophets learn to life and whoever raises one above another can do the same thing. As I see it, the huge library of Revelation, Baha'u'llah only alone, in a sense, is the supreme revelation, is not actually the supreme manifestation. So, then, well, we agree with that. But now the third question I want to ask you, you were saying about the early days of your father and so on, that some man was going in the gate of Akkad, and Baha'u'llah fixed it so these guards had their eyes fixed, you see.
Sorry?
The guards did not see them.
Oh, yes.
Well, now, even the Jewish Torah, that Melchizedek one day was running around and so forth, if you've seen the movie, you know that Abraham bowed down, and the Bible agrees, before this fellow and paid him some tithes, you see. Now, when you translate from the Chaldean, Melchizedek means prince of peace, you see. One of the titles of the whole law. Well, that's about all the Bible says, but if you see the movie, the way they portray it, Baha'u'llah and some assistant went off to one of those corrupted towns, and when they got there, Baha'u'llah fixed his gates on these guys, and they were at least temporarily
Yes.
and so on. So if this is true, then that's the second time Baha'u'llah told that stuff, having descended the Savior at that time before he was born.
Well, these are all very interesting contributions, really. One thing now that you said, it reminded me to mention, and that is about the supreme manifestation of God, that you said this. I think I must mention here that Shoghi Effendi in one of his letters, in some of his letters, mentions to us, though, that we cannot put Baha'u'llah on the same level, on the same category as other manifestations of God, because he is a universal manifestation of God. Now, this is something that is that we have to explain to the people when they come close to the faith, when their understanding of the faith grows. We can talk to them about what a universal manifestation of God is. Abdul Baha says every 500,000 years, approximately every 500,000 years, one such manifestation appears, who is a universal manifestation of God. And he initiates an era, a cycle. He initiates a cycle, during which time all the manifestations who come will be under his shadow. Now, in order to understand this, I'm going to take you to nature again and give you an example of this in nature. In nature, you will find that a tree, if you have a tree there, the tree is growing. And why does a tree grow? It's because forces are released to it at the springtime. The springtime comes, releases forces of nature and forces of life, and the tree begins to grow. And then the growth stops. And then another springtime comes, it gives it another impulse, and the tree gets a little bit bigger. And so on, it goes on and on. Every springtime, this process repeats itself so that the tree will continue to grow. But one springtime is a very special springtime in the life of the tree. There is one springtime which is a very special time. And that is the springtime when the tree for the first time gives its fruit. This is a very critical and a very special springtime. We say the tree has now matured, has reached the stage of maturity, it has given its fruit. Now, whatever fruit the tree gives, see how vital this year is, how vital this springtime is. Because whatever fruit this tree gives, all the other future springtimes which will come cannot change it, and will not change the nature of the fruit. Springtime after springtime will come, but it will never change the nature of the fruit, although it makes the quality better. Now this is exactly the same thing as the revelations of God. When the first time the manifestations of God appear, like Moses and Christ and Muhammad, their job was to give an impulse, a spiritual impulse to the body of mankind. The humanity grew as a result of the appearance of these manifestations of God. Every time they came, it grew more. At the time of the coming of Baha'u'llah, the coming of Baha'u'llah is responsible for bringing forth the fruit of humanity. And do you know what the fruit of humanity is going to be? The oneness of mankind. This is the fruit that we are going to give on this planet. And this has come about because this particular springtime of Baha'u'llah had been destined to bring forth the fruits. Now whatever fruit this revelation brings forth, which is the oneness of mankind, all the prophets of the future are limited in a sense to promote it. They can't bring anything newer than that. In fact, this is true. On this earth, you cannot have anything more than the oneness of mankind. So that in one sense, this is the meaning in one sense, that all the prophets who come in the future are under the shadow of Baha'u'llah, means their teachings must revolve around the basic principle which Baha'u'llah has produced, the oneness of mankind. And I was mentioning this morning, about the Bahá'í civilization that Shoghi Effendi talks about, the birth of Bahá'í civilization. And he says that humanity will become so noble in the future. The emphasis will be on nobility. That this child of Bahá'í civilization will have to grow as a result of the coming of successive manifestations of God in this cycle of 500,000 years. So in that sense, we can say that Baha'u'llah is a universal manifestation of God, or sometimes you say he's a supreme manifestation of God. But of course we must gradually explain these things to people, and this is where the wisdom in teaching is, you see. I was in a meeting the other day in Ireland, and we were talking with some very staunch Roman Catholics about their faith. And after I spoke a little bit about Baha'u'llah's teachings or revelation, the man said, well, he thinks it is very good, but Christ was definitely much more exalted. I said, I agree with him. It's all right, because as far as he's concerned, this is true at this stage. And we are not going to disagree with him. We are not going to, in here, go on and fight over all these things. If I would have told him, no, this is wrong, they're equal, he wouldn't have accepted. He couldn't have gone a stage further. You have to help people. Not to everything they say to disagree with them. You just hear it, you just make a remark about it, another remark. Gradually, if you can bring them closer, they come to a time that they will say, yes, he's equal. And then when they read more and more, they find that he is not, in a sense, that this is a universal manifestation of God. This is the difference. Now, well, I suppose we can go on and on these things. I don't know whether what I have explained is any good or sufficient for your questions. Now that I've talked about nobility of man, that Baha'u'llah says humanity will become noble in the future, it reminded me to tell you something when he describes a little picture. He gives us a little picture of the future, a little glimpse of what the future world will be like under his revelation and because of his revelation, something we cannot visualize even. And I'm not going to go into all details of all the things he has said, but just will give you one example of it. You know, there was a time that Baha'u'llah was in Baghdad, and Nabil has recounted this story, which is not published yet fully, and or at least the Nabil's narratives are not published yet, that part of his narratives. But we have this section of it in which he describes that how one day he was seated and some as you know, Baha'u'llah, he asked some questions. He asked certain questions. And the question was basically this: how can I believe that the Bab is a manifestation of God? The Bab. Baha'u'llah, I mean, I'm sure if it was me, I would immediately go and say, oh, this is the proof, this is the proof, this is the proof. Or I would immediately begin to talk about the Bab. But Baha'u'llah knows that this person has not understood the reality of his prophet. The reality, I said, of his prophet, Muhammad. He has not recognized it. Because if he had recognized it, he wouldn't ask this question. He would immediately recognize the Bab. You see, there is a great deal of difference between knowledge and recognition. We are going further and further from the subject, but I'll bring you back again. Don't be worried. You know that there is a great deal of difference between having a knowledge of something and being able to recognize something. I'll give you an example of this. You see, I have in my hand, you can see here on my finger, there is a ring. This ring is made of gold. I know it. I have no doubt about it, that this ring is made of gold. No doubt whatsoever in my mind. I've had it for all these years. I have a knowledge that this is gold. But can I recognize gold from brass? No, that's something different. It's the same thing with people who believe in religions today. They know that Christ is a manifestation of God. Can they recognize him if he comes? No. Our job as Baha'is, and this is the secret of teaching. Our job as Baha'is is to enable them to recognize the truth of Christ, the reality of Christ. I'm not talking of his teachings. Forget about his teachings. Everybody knows about his teachings. But the reality of Christ. How would you recognize him if he walked in this room? What qualities he should have? How would you look at him? And would you say, now this is, because of this and this and this and this, I can see he's a manifestation of God. We Baha'is should be able to do this. This is our job. This is the basis of our teaching. Now this is what exactly, and so instead of me going straight away to talk to somebody about the Baha'i faith, when I want to teach him the faith, I must know, and today this is the truth, the great, great, great majority, if not all the peoples of the world who have a religion, they have a knowledge of that religion. They cannot recognize, they have not been able to recognize the truth of the reality of their prophet. If they were able to recognize the truth of Christ, for example, a Christian, he would immediately become a Baha'i. He would immediately recognize Baha'u'llah. So that when you come across a Christian, the first thing we have to do is to teach him how to recognize Christ as a manifestation of God. All based on facts, not based on beliefs, but based on facts. Because there is a great deal of difference between facts and beliefs. You may believe in something. The Christians believe that Christ went up to heaven. But is this a fact or not? Fact is something that nobody can deny it. For instance, the existence of China is a fact. Why is it a fact? I haven't been to China. You haven't been to China. But the reason that we say it's a fact that China exists is because nobody has denied its existence. It becomes a fact. But what would you do with something which some people denied? It's not a fact. It could be true, it could be a fact, but it is a belief. So that we must be able to explain the reality of Christ, not with what people believe, but with facts. So that nobody could deny those facts. Here, 2,000 years later, you can prove the truth of Christ's mission 2,000 years later in such a way, in many ways, when you read the writings, in many, many ways, that nobody can deny them because they're all facts. And it becomes very clear. That's how you recognize Christ. And when that person accepts that, then you talk to him a little bit about Baha'u'llah and can show him the similarities. This is what Baha'u'llah did when this man asked him about the Bab. He said, how can I believe in the truth of the Bab? Baha'u'llah knew this man has not recognized the truth of his religion, the truth of his prophet. And so what did he do in the Kitab-e-Iqan when he wrote the answer? He never says anything about the Bab. He begins to talk about Noah, talk about Moses, talk about Jesus, talk about Muhammad. He talked about all the old religions and history of old religions and a lot of spiritual facts. He brings out from all the basic, and he builds the foundation. What is he doing? He's building the foundation all the time. It's like somebody who comes along and asks you, as I said yesterday, he says, tell me about electricity. And what would you do? You teach him all about mathematics. You keep on teaching about mathematics, constantly teaching about mathematics until such time that you can tell him, now this is electricity. Now this is what Baha'u'llah does in the Kitab-e-Iqan. He talks a great deal about the past, making him to recognize the truth of some of the things, of the past, and then at the end of the book, a little portion of the end of the book, maybe 10 pages, 20 pages at the end of the book, he applies everything to the Bab. How clear it becomes. Of course, and this man, when he received it, he recognized, he became a believer. Now you see now, this is one of the things we must remember in our teaching work. We must not, when you are teaching a person who is a Christian, for instance, you must teach him first to recognize the truth of his religion. And this is really the thing we must learn. Not to talk about the teachings of Christianity. Oh no, the teachings of Christianity is clear, the history of Christianity is clear, but how to recognize Christ as a manifestation of God. Now these are the things that in seminars, you'll have to have seminars in which you can discuss these things so that we can be able to do that. And therefore, when we are teaching the people a faith, we don't begin with suddenly indulging in all these subjects, which we Baha'is often are in the habit of doing, of bringing the teachings, bringing the history of the faith, but first talk to him, confirm his faith, confirm his religions. And it is at least my custom is that whenever we have a meeting with the people who want to know about the faith, and we are teaching him the faith, first of all you must know what they believe, as they were saying yesterday. And once you believe what they say, if they are a religious person, maybe 10 sessions, you talk to him about Christ. Nothing about Baha'u'llah. Continuously, until he really recognizes Christ. And then it's very easy to apply these things. And then this person who is staunch in his religion become more and more inclined towards the faith until such a time that he becomes a very staunch Baha'i. He has the full background and the foundation is perfect for it. Strong foundation. Oh, I don't know why we went into that. Oh yes, I was going to tell you about the story of Baha'u'llah in Baghdad when he was sitting there and he was talking to some of his disciples. And then some of these princes arrived, 2 or 3 princes. And Baha'u'llah changed the subject immediately. See? And when he changed the subject, one of these princes objected. And he said to Baha'u'llah, how is it that when we come in, you change the subject? He says, you are speaking about spiritual things to these people. But when we come, you talk to us about worldly things. What is the news of the market? What is the news of Persia? And all these things. And then Baha'u'llah had to tell them. He said, I tell you who is worthy to hear my call and my words. And he began to expound this. And he gave him an example. Now, I hope that when I give you this example, it wouldn't confuse you now, because it's possibly that so many people will come out with questions after this. I'll be in trouble. But I will tell you. Anyhow, I have written it, I think, in one of these volumes. He says, should there be a man standing on a vast plain? Say, a human being, is brought out and he's standing on a vast plain. And if on his right hand side is accumulated all the wealth and all the powers and all the treasures and all the kingdoms of the world, and on his left side is accumulated all the poverties and the persecutions and the sufferings, and the voice of God, should the voice of God reach this man on this plain and tell him, take any of them you like. It's up to you. You're free to choose any side. You can take what is in the right, all become yours. The sovereignties, the dominions, the treasures of this earth, or all the suffering and the poverty and the persecutions. And if the voice of God tells him that if you take this treasures and all the wealth and all the beautiful things, not one little thing will be taken off your spiritual station. This will be promised to you, that your spiritual station will remain the same. It wouldn't affect you. Take it. Take all the money, take all the wealth and all the powers of this world in your hands. Your spiritual status will remain the same. And should you decide to take all the poverty and the sufferings on the left-hand side, not one little thing will be added to your spiritual station. And then Baha'u'llah says, should this man, now you're free here, you can take any of them without losing your status. Which one would you choose? Baha'u'llah says, should this man incline himself towards the left, where he is, towards the poverty and the sufferings, such a person is worthy to hear my words. And then he goes on to tell them, he says, I have come to create a new race of men. And he says the new race of men that he has come to establish, he gives 5 examples of the new race of men. I'll give you one of them. This is enough because of time. He says, I have come to create such a race of men that in the future, he says, in the future, in this revelation now, remember, as a result of the coming of Baha'u'llah, should there be a very beautiful woman, young woman, very beautiful, and should she have all the jewels, of most expensive jewels with her, and should this woman travel from the east of the world to the west of the world, single and alone, no man will be found who would cast a lustful eye on that woman or would want to go for her jewels. He says, I've come to create such a race of men. He says, these are his own words that Nabil has recounted. He said, not one man will be found. Now, it doesn't mean that men will be different in the feelings of sexual relationship, sexual urge. It's not something that you say, oh, well, they will be different types of men. No, it'll be the same. But that they will be able to control. So much spiritually inclined that they can control. They will control. And he says, I have come to create such a race of men. So this is where we are talking about this child of Baha'i civilization has to grow and become mature and become full of perfections. Now we are in the very darkest period, remember, of the history of man. Now you can't even go, I don't know how it's in here, but in our country a woman cannot go at night alone from here to there. You see? See the difference? So, there is another question about the hidden words, and again I would advise you to read it yourself and find out. I entreat thee by thy footsteps in the wilderness, and by the words, here am I, which thy chosen ones have uttered in this immensity, and by the breath of thy revelation, and the gentle winds of the dawn of thy manifestation, to ordain that I may gaze on thy beauty, and observe whatsoever is in thy book. Well, I suppose the things which are probably needs a little explanation here. I entreat thee by thy footsteps in this wilderness. Thy footsteps in the wilderness is what I said before. It is the fact that God, the most great spirit of God, the most great spirit, appeared in the form of a human temple. The human temple who walked on this earth. This wilderness is this earth. You know, in one of his tablets, Baha'u'llah says, all the spiritual worlds of God are crying out and saying, blessed art thou, O earth, for thou hast been made the footstool of thy God. I'm paraphrasing his word. So that really, when you say that thy footsteps in this wilderness, it means God manifesting himself in the form of a human temple. And by the words, here am I, here am I. Now, the word here am I, this is an Islamic reference to an Islamic saying that when, in the day of judgment, God manifests himself, that peoples of the world will turn to him, will run to him, will go to him, those who are spiritual, those who are recognizing. And this call of here am I means I am your servant, I believe, I am your this is what the believers said. This is the call of the believers. This is the call of the early disciples, of the dawn breakers, who come and say, here am I, which thy chosen ones have uttered, means those people who have been the disciples. They call out. When the Lord appears, they run to him and they recognize him and they say, here am I, here am I. And then by the breath of thy revelation. Well, this is obvious. The breaths of thy revelation means the forces which this revelation has been released in the world, and the gentle winds of the dawn of thy manifestation. These are all expressions of the you see, again, you can see here that this is a very interesting word, the gentle winds of the dawn of thy manifestations. Always God, when he manifests himself, the same way as the sun. Go to nature again. The nature will teach us a lesson. When the sun comes out in the morning, it doesn't suddenly blaze upon you with all its energy. It's first very gentle. The rays of the sun, if you stand in the very, very early in the morning in the vast plain and you see how the sun rises, the rays of the sun is very gentle at first. It's the dawn. It's the beginning. It's the early days. And as the sun rises, the energies become more and more evident. And this is exactly the same thing as revelations of God. When Baha'u'llah appeared, the gentle winds of the dawn of his revelation were really obvious. They were gentle. This was a time that Baha'u'llah was in, for instance, the mountains of Kurdistan. Some of the beautiful writings he has left behind, although I mentioned the other day that most of his words were not recorded. Some of those beautiful words. You know that prayer you have, which is translated into English, create in me a pure heart, oh my God. This is, for instance, revealed in the mountains of Soleimani, in the mountains of Kurdistan. Or the other one that I don't know the English of it was revealed there as well. That's a good way of saying it, isn't it? There are several of them. Create in me a pure heart, isn't it what I said? Yes, this is one of them. And there is another one which is a very favorite prayer of mine, but I don't know which it is in English. From the sweet-scented streams of thine eternity. You know, these are the gentle breezes of the revelation of Baha'u'llah. And when you come further and further into the revelations later on, as the sun rises, you come across those passages when Baha'u'llah identifies himself with Godhead. I am God. You know, the revelation takes its shape of power and authority. This is the face of your Lord. You see? So that here we come to probably when you look now when you read it, maybe it will be of some help. And I think this would be sufficient really, and I'll see you. Friends, what is the program? What are you going to do? Do you want to go on like, you can't go on like this till 4 o'clock. You'll be absolutely, you know. Wouldn't you like to have a little break of 10 minutes? I think so. Well, friends, I always, when it comes to the last session, I feel very sad. This is the session we have to say farewell. Oh, you can't? Can you hear it now? Yes, I was saying that the last session is always a sad occasion, especially for a visitor. And especially when one sees such a marvelous community, really, as I have seen here in this 2 or 3 days, really. And but this is the way the faith is growing now all over the world. is through the influence and the work of the power of Baha'u'llah. Everywhere that you go, you come across such beautiful faces all over, everywhere you go. Everywhere the friends have become luminous in their work, in their faces, in their spirit, in their work. And this is what gives us encouragement and hope for the future. I don't know what to say, because there are questions and the time is very short, but there's only one or two questions that probably I will deal with it. Now someone asked me a question, and I am not sure whether that person is here or not, but maybe he's not or she's not. I will nevertheless say it. And that was the question of punishment. I wanted to know what punishment, whether it's good or bad, when you do something wrong. Should we punish a person who does something wrong? Or should he be dealt with in a lenient way and compassionately and try to not to give him the punishments? Well, I feel that this is very clear in the writings. As you know, in the society, in the outside world, their tendency is to become compassionate. Dealing with criminals, dealing with people who do the wrong things, who do some crime, is to be compassionate to them. And there are some theories even lately which say that it is much better to educate people than to punish them. And so as more and more people become humanitarian, as people become really less and less religious, they'll become more and more humanitarian. You see, the humanitarian movements, which tend to want to brush aside some aspects of such things as punishment and so forth, if you do something wrong, these have been, during the last 30 or 40 years, have been coming up much more to the surface, because religion have become, in these days, have become less and less effective. Whereas the teachings of Baha'u'llah teaches the opposite. And I can tell you what he says, which is very harsh maybe, in some cases. He says, if somebody does something which deserves a punishment, give him the punishment and do not become compassionate. For this is justice, he says. I think we can understand that, because he has explained that in some other writings, the wisdom of punishment. Punishment is really a mercy of God, if you look at it in the right way. Punishment for what you do in this life. The reason that the people want to get away from punishment is because they can only see this world, this life here on this earth. That's all they can see. People can see this life on this earth as being the beginning and the end of all things. You're coming into this world, and the intention here, as long as you're here, you must try to make the best of it and get as much as you can get out of it. Isn't that right? This is how people are working. Want to get as much as they can get out of it. At any cost, really. And that if you are to be punished, no, if you can get away with it, it's a marvelous thing. Because your end, your purpose is to have as much as you can get out of this world. Why should you be punished? Now Baha'u'llah does not share this view at all, because he sees further than this world. You remember in the first day we were saying that this world is not a place to live in. This is only a temporary period for acquiring qualities and perfections. That in the next life, that is where the real life of man begins. In the same way that the life for a child in the womb of the mother is not to be in the womb of the mother, but to be born and to live in this world. Now Baha'u'llah explained this principle of punishment in this way. He gives an example. He says, if you were to steal from somebody in the summertime a seed of a tree, say you steal a seed of a tree from somebody in the summer, in the springtime. If you give him back in the springtime the thing that you have stolen, you don't owe him anything. Because you steal it from him, you gave him back. You don't owe him anything. But if you don't give him back in the springtime, what do you owe him in the summer? You owe him a tree. Not a little seed, but a tree and the fruits and all the rest of it. You see now the very great wisdom in here? In other words, if I do something wrong in here, if I pay for it here, in this life, my burden in the next world is not much. I don't owe anything to anybody. But if I don't pay it here, how much do I have to pay it in the next life for what I have done and I have not paid for it here? You see now, can you see the wisdom here of punishment? Of how it is a mercy of God, in fact, that in this life, if you pay for it, it is light. But who knows how much you have to pay for it in the next life. You for instance, kill somebody here. Well, this is a terrific crime, taking someone's life. How much is it worth in the next life, do you think? How much do I have to pay for it in the next life? Cannot be estimated. So that this is why Baha'u'llah says that all his commandments are a mercy to him. Mercy to man. All the commandments of God, if you look at it, there is a wisdom, there is an understanding. And how much the world is unaware of these spiritual realities, spiritual truths. Well, now, there is one question which has come in here, and it's the last one, and then I will want to really say very little. Then after that, you must have been tired and exhausted of hearing me all the time. Pardon?
Is justice and punishment to be used on an individual basis?
No. Oh no. We are talking of institutions. Institutions of humankind. And this, of course, as far as the Baha'is are concerned, the law of Baha'u'llah, the laws that he has brought, these laws are for future of mankind, not for the present society. The present society cannot implement the laws of Baha'u'llah in fullness at all. Until a Baha'i government comes into being, you cannot implement the laws of Baha'u'llah. And it is then the institutions which must, the institutions of government which must then apply the law. There is a question here about the equality of men and women, and that how it is that women are not members of the House of Justice. Well now, I'll briefly deal with it. You know, Abdul Baha has answered this. He says in the future you will know the answer, the reason for it. Now the future, when the future is, I don't know. Some people think they can know it now. Now it's up to you to think about it. Some people think no, they have to wait. I tell you someone who told me he knew it now, and that was a woman. She said, you know, the members of the House of Justice, do you know what their functions are? First of all, let me put one point in here, which is a very important point. You know, in this life, we have equality of men and women according to the teachings of Baha'u'llah. Equality of men and women in rights and privileges. The fact that men and women are equals is because their souls are equal. The souls of men and women, there is no difference between the soul of a man and a woman. And that is what's important in the sight of God. What is the use of a body? It will be perishing. But the soul is very important. And so when we say that men and women are equal, in the first instance we say that the soul are the same in the sight of God. The second thing we say is that they are equal in rights and privileges. The third thing we can say is that we are not equal necessarily in our functions. And this is true. The functions of men and women, so many functions we are sharing together, and we are equal in our functions. We can do similar things. Man can do something and woman can equally do the same thing. But there are some things which men can do better than women, and some things that women can do better than men. And then there is a third category. There are some things that is exclusive to men and exclusive to women, which means men cannot, for instance, bear a child. This is exclusive to a woman. You see now how different we are at the same time? So once we understand what we mean by equality of men and women, in the soul, in our rights and privileges, and in some of our functions, but not necessarily in all. And I want to mention another principle, which is a very important principle. We are constantly talking about equality. There is no such a thing as equality, by the way, amongst the human race. In fact, there is no equality in this existence. If you look at nature, there are not two things the same. You cannot find two blades of grass to be the same. Two blades of grass are not the same. Everything is unique. That God has created, everything is unique. Your fingerprints are unique. Our cells are unique. Even I'm told by some doctors, the cells in the body are unique. In the bloodstream, they say these red globules. One of the doctors was telling me, they can see that each globule is different from another one. They're unique. Millions and billions of them in the body. And your globules in your blood is very different from those of another person. Everything in this creation is unique. And do you know why it is? Baha'u'llah has given us the reason for it. Why there is always one of everything. He says that this creation manifests the attributes of God. And one of the attributes of God is oneness. That attribute of oneness manifests itself in this creation, and you have one of everything. It's a very beautiful explanation. One of the attributes of God is incomparable. Incomparable means nothing is like it. And that attribute of incomparable has brought about the uniqueness of its creation. Everything is unique. So let us understand it in this level. Also in the world of humanity there is not equality. People are different in their level of understanding, in their capacities, in their way of life. Everybody is different. Now why people are not members of the House of Justice, which is a function? Remember, it's a function. Membership of these institutions involves a certain functions. Now, as I said, Abdul Baha says in the future we will understand the wisdom of it. And you see how wise Abdul Baha was when he said this. Because in those days nobody had any conception of what the House of Justice was like, what it's going to do, what its functions were. And even now we are not able to probably know what the functions of the House of Justice are going to be in the future fully. But as I said, one woman told me this. She said, I understand it. I know why women cannot be members of the House of Justice. Because, membership of the House of Justice, as far as we can gather now, at this present time, 20-some years past now, that we have had the House of Justice, we find these people who become members of it have to give up their personal life to the faith. They have to 24 hours dedicate their lives. 24 hours, it's a 24-hour job. It's not a job that you go from 9 to 5, although you go from 9 to 5 maybe, but it is a 24-hour commitment. And although the Baha'i world is very small, what will happen when the whole world comes under the direction 6,000 million people? It is full and total giving up of yourself, your personal life entirely. And this woman was said, if I was a member of the House of Justice, if my child becomes sick today, I can't think. If I become pregnant, where is my loyalty now? Where my loyalty lies? Shall I finish with my child? Or shall I be a member of the House of Justice? Because you cannot be a member of an office. It's not just being like a member of an assembly or a national assembly, you are there or not, it doesn't matter. It's a complete giving yourself to the institutions. Well, this was this woman's view, which I just wanted to tell you what she said to me. But as Abdul Baha says, in the future we will understand it. The functions of the House of Justice is for us it's very important to understand and appreciate the position of the House of Justice today. We are tending to think of it as a grand national assembly or a grand international assembly whose members we happen to know. You know, this is the fact that we know these members. They were our friends, they used to work with us, and now they sit in this international body. It gives us the view, well, fair enough, it is just one of those. It is of course higher, we say, than the national assemblies, and it's got a lot of responsibilities. But really and truly, I wonder, well, I have had the honor and the privilege to be in the presence of the House of Justice. I can tell you what it is like, the very room in which they consult and when they meet as a National Assembly, as a Universal House of Justice. You know, you meet the members outside the room, you meet the members here and there, they are your friends, you talk to them, they are very humble people, but that is not the point. They have no rights or privileges, as you know. There is no station for them. There's no station for them, really. They have no station in that sense of being anything other than an individual Baha'i. You see, they are an individual Baha'i. The hands of the cause of God have a status in that sense that Shoghi Effendi mentions in this faith. We have various forms of governments incorporated in the faith. Various forms of government, he enumerates such things as democracy, autocracy, and theocracy, democracy, and aristocracy. And he says the good points of each one of these have been incorporated in the institutions of the faith. Well, the hands of the cause, you might say, is like the aristocracy we have, but they have no authority. Remember, this is one of the things we must remember. They have no authority. The authority lies with the national assemblies and the local assemblies and the House of Justice. But what I was saying to you is that really we are inclined to think that the House of Justice is just an international body of 9 people we meet. But do you know, when you go and you sit in that meeting of the House of Justice, which meets as the House of Justice, it is a tremendous, tremendous power you can feel. And it's up to you. It's all up to the individual who goes there. It's the same way that it was entirely up to the individual who saw Baha'u'llah. How he felt was entirely up to him. How much you receive it. But all I can say, my impression was very clearly, there is the presence of Baha'u'llah. Definitely there is the presence of Baha'u'llah. You cannot and you do not look upon the members and they are all right, they are sitting there. But the presence of Baha'u'llah is in that gathering. And it is that gathering, and it is that institution which is assisted today by all the powers of earth and heaven to rule over mankind. To rule over mankind. And it shall rule over mankind. And a time will come that the kings and rulers of the world will go there and pay homage to the House of Justice. Already we are told by Shoghi Effendi that this thing will come in its own time. He describes the story of the pilgrim kings in his Persian writings in such eloquent manner that how these kings and rulers of the world will discard their kingdoms, some of them, or they will bring their crowns to the threshold of Baha'u'llah, how they will surrender themselves to him, how they will pray with the utmost devotion, and how at the end of their pilgrimage they will go to the House of Justice to receive their instructions of what to do. And this is why when you go into the building of the House of Justice today, there is a magnificent hall, a banquet hall for the reception of the kings and rulers of the future. And mankind is absolutely asleep about this. Doesn't know what is happening at all. But this is a body that Baha'u'llah has said in his writings will establish upon this earth the sovereignty of Baha'u'llah. The sovereignty of Baha'u'llah will come into being through the instrumentality of this great institution, which has to guide us, because Baha'u'llah is guiding it step by step. Every step that they take is guided by Baha'u'llah, and we can see it in daily life. We can see it as Baha'is. Every decision they take, you can see it was providentially designed and decreed that this is the way to carry out our work. And they are protected. One of the things which is promised to them is that the institutions of the faith at the World Center are protected. By institutions, I don't necessarily mean buildings, but I mean the institutions that we have, the House of Justice, the World Center institutions, are protected. And their guidance will bring to mankind in the future such glories that we cannot estimate at the present time. So what are we going to do as Baha'is today? Really? We had always a center to turn to. And you see, one of the basic teachings of this faith, if you want to understand what is the basic teaching of the faith, the basic teaching, apart from recognizing Baha'u'llah, when you recognize Baha'u'llah, you can say that the gist of Baha'u'llah's will and testament, if you want to summarize the will and testament of Baha'u'llah into one word, of what he told us we should do after him, there is one word that you can use. And that word is turn to. Turn to. Baha'u'llah said after him, he said, turn to Abdul Baha. And that's finished. Full stop. He is the center of the cause. If you want to know what is the will and testament of Abdul Baha in one word, it was turn to. Turn to Shoghi Effendi and the House of Justice. Now, today, we have to turn to them. And how do we turn to that body? We turn to that body with devotion and with love and with a feeling of humility that it is Baha'u'llah's sovereignty. Do not look upon people there, but look upon the institution. Of course, the people are also honored and respected by us. We venerate them, we respect them, because they are sitting on that supreme institutions of the faith. Whoever it is, Baha'u'llah says, I will guide them. Whoever it is. You elect 9 people. And whoever they are, Baha'u'llah says, I will guide them. Now this guidance which comes to the House of Justice is not a guidance which comes in a form, now here it is, it just comes down and sits on the table for them. But whatever happens, they discuss matters, they investigate matters, and the guidance comes when the decision is made. Once they decide, they know it is the right decision. Who is in the world today? Which one of the councils of the world, whether it be religious or political, which councils in the world can claim that their members go into consultation together and they come out and they say, we have made the right decisions? And be sure that they have made the right decisions. Who is there? Who can say that? But the members of the House of Justice can do that. They go into this chamber, they discuss things, they come out and they know they have made the right decisions. The decision is right. And we have seen miracles. If you really look at what they have done, you can see miracles. Every direction that they have given to the Baha'i world has been instrumental in promoting the faith in miraculous ways. There are many, many stories that we can talk about it, which really astonish some of the believers to see how the House of Justice, in visible terms, is guided by Baha'u'llah. So that we Baha'is of this generation, who have not got one center of the cause like Shoghi Effendi or like Abdul Baha, although we must read their writings. Now, I'm not saying that. We must turn to their writings. We must all turn to the writings of Shoghi Effendi and Baha'u'llah and Abdul Baha. But we have a visible center to which we turn to. And if we carry out the guidance of the House of Justice, which is the guidance of Baha'u'llah, if Baha'u'llah was living today amongst us, he would have said the same things that the House of Justice are telling us today. If we carry out these guidances as coming from Baha'u'llah, then all kinds of things will happen, not only in our personal lives, but also in our institutions. And the faith will grow, and great numbers will come into the faith. This is, I feel, a very important thing. And I wanted to mention that we should, in fact, at the end of this meeting, we should perhaps say a prayer and turn our thoughts to that body so that we may become guided by their love and their prayers. And often, Baha'is who gather together, I don't know what's the custom in here, but whenever Baha'is get together in Europe, some of them who really are spiritually minded, communities which are very much working on spiritual levels, every time they get together, they pray for the house. And they send messages to the house from that gathering and beg for prayers for themselves. And I think this begging of prayers from the house is a marvelous idea. This is something that I feel that our communication must be a communication not only to pray for them, but to beg for prayers, every great undertaking that you do. And I hope that this gathering in here that we have had for the last 3 days will not be a gathering which will begin with words and end with words. I hope that what we have been saying and will become some use to the friends. And I hope that the suggestion that I made to forget all the things that I have said and to remember those points, by which time maybe you have forgotten all those points by now, we should really try to think about it and to give 1 or 2 hours a day, every person, no matter who we are, to Baha'u'llah for teaching the faith personally, on a personal level. If we do that on a universal scale and religiously give 1 or 2 hours a day in discipline ourselves, and also read the writings in the morning and in the evening, in the same way that I told you the story of this Irish girl in Paris, of how she would do it. This way, we can then bring great victories to the cause of God. And then, really, we must thank Baha'u'llah. I think we can't do anything else but to thank him all the time, that he has brought us together in a unity and love. And this love and this unity that we feel in our hearts is not because of ourselves. It's not because of us that we love each other. We are very insignificant otherwise if we divorce the faith from ourselves. Very insignificant. All that is there, and this beautiful spirit that is generated when we meet together, is because of the love of Baha'u'llah, because of his spirit which comes through us. I hope that I am in a way looking forward to meeting the friends again in other parts of this country, your beautiful country, and I'm hoping more and more to meet more of the indigenous people. I feel we have a duty, a responsibility ourselves to attract them to ourselves, to bring them together, to become as one people. And not until, this is a challenge, I think, to the Baha'i community here, not until the believers here, the Baha'is who are here, can, in their heart of hearts, unite themselves with the indigenous people of the Baha'is and really bring them together, be together, and work together, can the faith grow. I remember some years ago we had, I'm not saying that these things happen in here because I don't know anything about it really, but I know some years ago we had what they call it a breakthrough in Scotland, bringing a good number of people. There again I mentioned there is a class distinction, very, very clear class distinction in England. In here you have race distinction, race class, races. Over there it is the prejudice of class. And I remember one particular group of people came into the faith who were belonging to the working class. And then we had the middle class people who were Baha'is previous to that. They never were united. It was a lip service unity, which both sides felt, or at least the others felt. And then the whole thing was disintegrated. The whole thing collapsed. The faith did not go forward. And I think not until this unity is real, that we love to embrace them and involve them in our works, in all the spheres of our activities, can a multiracial community such as this grow. And maybe I shouldn't say this because I'm not familiar at all with what you do, and I know how much your NSA and your institutions are really devoted to the cause and how much they're working. And we must also pray for our institutions. We must pray for the National Assembly. We must rally around that institution. We must rally around that institution. And with our hearts pray for them. I mentioned yesterday how the institutions are weak today. They are going through the stages of infancy. We must not look upon what decisions they make. They could make all kinds of decisions. They could make a lot of wrong decisions. We are not concerned with that. But this is an institution of Baha'u'llah. It is now in the stage of infancy. It has the life, it has the spirit, and it has the promise of the future, that in the future the institutions will become so capable of not making mistakes. We must not look into these things, but rather to rally around the institutions of the faith and cherish them and love them, and then the things will grow. I have to say farewell to you now, people who are in this part, and really I cannot describe the joy and the spiritual upliftment which had been with me during these 3 days that I have visited you. And I shall never forget this beautiful faces and beautiful spiritual atmosphere which has been created here. And I thank Baha'u'llah for having given us this great privilege of being together today in this way. My love really has no bounds for all of you. And I want to say a prayer in Persian for the friends and for this country. I'll say a prayer. And this prayer I'll say for the pioneers and the workers of the faith. Prayer of Abdul Baha. It's one of the prayers of the tablets of the Divine Plan. والله ای خداوند بی همتا، ای خداوند بی همتا، ای رب الملکوت، این نفوس سپاه آسمانی تو اند، امداد فرما و به جنود ملأ اعلی نصرت کن تا هر یک نظیر اردویی شوند و آن ممالک را به محبت الله و نورانیت تعلیم الهی فتح کنند. ای خدا ظهیر و نصیر اونها باش و در صحرا و در بیابانها و صحراها و در کوهها و صحراها مونس اونها باش تا به قوت ملکوتی و نفسات روح القدس فریاد زنند. توی مقتدر و عزیز و توانا و توی دانا و شنوا و بینا.